many things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me Cox all the time. I want Cox all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of Cox on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's up, gang? Good afternoon. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Thanks for being here. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora's here.
Hi. Hello.
In the heezy, as the kids say. I believe they still say that. And Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
How you feeling? Do you hear yourself?
I do. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
All right. Want to make sure we have a good connection so we can all connect in a meaningful way. If you'd like to join us today, please do. If you have time, but want to do it over the phone, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007, 35192 is where you can text me. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. We've got Dillery Fipsipper behind the controls today. And so I feel good about that. I was just talking to Stansbury. We went to the Kiss show last night here in Cleveland. They said it was their very last show that they would ever do in Cleveland, Ohio. Their end of the road tour. I had never seen a full Kiss show. And so I thought, hey, let's go see Kiss. My son came in. He was my plus one. We upgraded some people, which could not have been more fun, by the way. We do a Show Your Buzzard thing in a lot of shows. It was my first time doing it. And I found this couple who were coming back from getting food. My son and I went way up into the nosebleeds, and I'm looking for people, and I see a lot of families. That's the thing at the Kiss shows now. It's a lot of kids who have probably...
generational, yeah.
It's multi-generational. It's kids who have grown up on their parents' Kiss records. So it's a lot of kids with their faces painted. It is, I think, easily the only band that you'll see boomers painting their faces, by the way. Wasn't a lot of that at the Jimmy Buffett shows. I don't recall a lot of face painting at the Buffett shows.
That happens after the show.
At the Kiss shows, they're unabashed in their love for that band. And so that's why you see so many people. That is not a crowd that doesn't wear the shirt of the band they're going to see. A lot of people, they had clearly just bought their shirt.
Oh,
The
nice and
merch,
crisp.
You can still see the fold lines in it, right? The line for the merch when we first got into the Romo Fijo was bananas. And those shirts are like the T-shirts are like $60 a pop, right? The merch line, crazy, because they're like, oh, this is the last run, whatever. And so Corey Roddick was there, and Stansbury and I, we were all there, and each of us had floor tickets so that we could upgrade people that we would see in buzzard gear. And so my son and I go up into the rafters, man, and I'm looking around. And people must have thought I was crazy because I'm like kind of squinting and staring because it's dark up there, but everybody's wearing Kiss T-shirts. So I go back down a little bit. And as we're getting ready to kind of go back out into the middle part there, whatever your outer ring is called, where you go get a beer. I said, let's go get another beer.
The concourse.
Concourse, thank you. Back out into the concourse. And we're going to go get another beer. And this woman and her husband are walking back in. They both have Buzzard baseball T-shirts on. And he's holding a couple of hot dogs. She's holding a couple of beers. And she locks eyes with me. And she knows who I am. And she knows what I'm doing. And I look at them and I go, do you guys want to go down to the floor? And this woman practically starts crying.
That's great. That's awesome.
Melanie
I love
Gantz is her name. It could not have, and I'll tell you what, it wasn't just like putting people on the floor. We put them in the third row.
That's
that.
crazy.
Oh, wow.
For Kiss.
For
And-
Kiss, did
I mean,
she
we
have sunglasses? Because that's bright.
They were up in like they were like up in 218 or something.
Her hair got singed off. That's a good upgrade.
Boy, God bless Eric Singer, the longtime drummer for Kiss. He and Tommy Thayer, they're the newest guys in that band, but they've still been with the band for 30 years. It's always been the Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons show. And so whoever else is in that band, if it is the same as it ever was, those guys are just considered salaried employees. Even though they've been with the band for 30 years. I don't think they care because they're like, look, we're making money. Those guys probably make like 80 grand a show, right? Eric Singer, who is the longtime drummer for Kiss, he is from Euclid. And I didn't stay for the whole show last night, so I don't know if they gave him a shout out.
Who opened?
Paul Stanley's kids band.
Oh, really?
Called Amber Wild.
Oh.
And all four of these dudes look like they were in four different bands. And my son and I were laughing. We all were. We were laughing because right before they play their last song, he goes, I'd like to thank my dad. And there's no cool way to say that from the stage. You were in your garage a couple of weeks ago. Now you're on the Kiss tour in front of 20,000 people every night.
He was never in a garage if his dad's, was it Paul Stanley's kid?
Paul Stanley's son fronts this band.
Also, how old is his son? Like 50?
No, he's probably not 30 yet,
35?
mid-20s. No, like young kid. And, we want to thank the whole Kiss crew. Because it is a whole, again, Kiss is one of those productions where you can't believe they were able to set it up in 24 hours. There's no cool way to say thanks. I want to thank my dad, from the stage, but he did. And you're kind of like, okay. And the band was fine. But again, Paul Stanley's kid or not, you would have been playing bars in Calabasas, for the next 10 years. And because they were fine. They were a perfectly serviceable four-piece rock and roll band, but it was nothing I heard where I would have been like, man, those guys are the next wave of rock and roll, like that. So good for them.
But without all the stuff, you're probably saying the same thing about Kiss. The Kiss is just the monkeys with pyro and makeup.
Well, Kiss is a real band, with all due respect to one Corey Roddick, who loves both the Monkees and Kiss, Kiss has been doing this for a long, long time, and nobody puts on a show like they do. So it was a lot of fun.
The setup is insane.
Yeah, it's bananas.
It'd be crazy to see Kiss in their prime with that setup because there's so much more they can do technologically now. But the guys are in their late 70s.
Well, Gene Simmons is 74. Paul Stanley is 71 years old. And, they're not moving around too much because those costumes are so goddamn heavy, and these guys are in their 70s now. So I fully understand that. And they don't have the giant supernova light bulb Kiss logo anymore, right? Now it's all video screens, and it looks cool. It all looks great. Tons of pyro. We were in like section 108. We were a couple of rows off the floor. We had good seats. And we could feel the heat. So again, circling back to Eric Singer, who's their longtime drummer, I don't know how this dude is not like on fire every night. This guy, the back of this guy must look like he goes tanning every But a lot of heat and a lot of. We didn't stay for the whole show, but we saw.
What was your favorite song they played?
My favorite. I don't know. I like Deuce a lot. They used to open with Deuce. Now they open with Detroit Rock City. But it was just a good,
in Cleveland?
Listen.
Oh, boo.
That's why I had initially bought tickets to see them in Detroit because that was the plan before they had set the Cleveland date. I ended up eating those tickets. But, no, it was great. We saw what we wanted to see. I told my son, I go, even if you're a diehard Kiss fan, really nobody wants to hear anything past 96 from these guys.
What do you want to hear from 96?
They want to hear. Well, I think they played something off of Sonic Boom, and
I feel like what was their disco album?
I Was Made for Loving You. A big song, and they still play it because it's had a second life.
It's had a second life, but I feel like that's the last song you really. Unless you go real deep with.
Well, no, that was
that Tito. That's Tito just walking by.
Yeah, Tito Francona.
I Was Made for Loving You was 79. I mean, these guys, through the 80s where they took the makeup off, that's all still great stuff. Lick It Up and War Machine, that's all great.
Is your son super into Kiss, or was this kind of just something to do?
He came as like a goof. I hit him up last week, and I said, hey, long shot, would you want to come in and see Kiss? And he was like, hell yeah, I want to go see Kiss.
Okay.
So anyway, he thought it was going to be a goof, but he was kind of like, these guys are like legit.
This is fun.
I said, yeah,
it looks like a fun show no matter what.
Nobody works harder than these guys. So, I mean, from the jump, Paul Stanley's voice sounded shredded. So they're still doing what they're doing, and it was a lot of fun. We did, Gene Simmons played, they played Calling Dr. Love. And Gene Simmons, at 74, is still trying to milk it. Like, hey, I'm the sex god, and blah, blah, blah. So at the end, he's really milking the end.
Did he ask if you wanted vodka and orange juice?
There was some of that, yeah.
One of our customers went and saw him in Detroit and said, I couldn't concentrate on the show because I was reminded of how you guys make fun of Paul Stanley and how exact it is.
Yeah, of course.
And I'm like, yeah.
Who wants vodka and orange juice? Yeah, when they go into cold gin, I told my son, I go, this is what they're going to do, and that's kind of what they did. But behind them on the screen, because they're celebrating 50 years in the end of the road, the screen, the huge screen behind them is all old concert footage. And you find yourself looking at that more than looking at them. You're like, God, those guys, when they were at the peak of their powers, they were just unstoppable, you know? So it was a good time, but we left right after they finished Calling Dr. Love, about an hour plus in, because Gene Simmons is up there really milking the end of that song. He's like, you know who I am. And then he goes, little girls, who am I? And my son goes, what, bro? So I go, I think we. And then they were like, hey, we're going to play something from 1974. I'm like, I think it's time to go.
But the little girls are now 45-year-old women who are like, oh my God, Gene Simmons.
But at a Kiss show, there's little girls there. So, like, that's weird, too.
You think that they're still, like, hooking up with groupies and they're 7?
No, because Gene Simmons was trying to be a coxman well into his 60s, and he finally made an honest woman of Shannon Tweed, so he's wearing his wedding ring. No, those days are long gone.
Question.
And Paul Stanley's been married for a while. And what?
What do you mean by voices shredded? Is that good or bad?
Oh, he just sounded like this has already been a long tour, and he's still hitting those notes.
Okay.
And that ain't easy, man. I mean, so... yeah, so I think they did they very clearly went into their show archive, you know, the in-between song Banter. There's always been a lot of that with Kiss, but this time there seemed to be more of it because he was very clearly trying to catch his breath in between songs. But he's like, we go back with you guys to the Richfield Coliseum. Be like, woohoo, and the Gund Arena, woohoo, and Swingos, and woohoo. You know?
Swingos, wow.
So they clearly did their research city to city, and that's very smart. That's why people love that band, because they
give you a night to remember.
Yeah, it's just one big party. It was a lot of fun, and Corey and Stansbury were there, and we were all having a good time. So, okay, I'm late. I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192. You can watch if you like at AlanCoxShow.com.
The Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Now, you can relive the greatest moments from our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming only on Hulu.
Lenny Kravitz kicks things off with his biggest hits.
Foo Fighters get the whole crowd singing along.
Travis Scott brings the heat with an explosive performance.
TLC pay a heartwarming tribute to Lisa Left Eye Lopez.
Kane Brown brings out surprise guest Khalid.
Kelly Clarkson lights up the arena with new music.
Jared Leto brings fans on stage for a 30 Seconds to Mars performance you'll have to see to believe.
Little Dirk and surprise guest J. Cole perform All My Life together for the first time.
Tim McGraw debuts his new song.
There's even more fries to love now at Taco Bell, but it's now or never. Yeah, these fries covered in bold Mexican spices with nacho cheese sauce are only here for a limited time at participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last.
If you really want to know what's going on in this country ahead of the 2024 election, you've got to get away from the extremes and listen to the middle.
Hi, Jeremy. My name is Jeff. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio.
The Middle with Jeremy Hobson is a podcast focused on Americans who have a huge say in who's in power and what gets done.
Jan here in Kansas City, Missouri.
Americans in the middle.
My name is Venkat. I'm calling you from Atlanta, Georgia.
We're live and taking your calls every week. Listen to The Middle with Jeremy Hobson on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Studies show that listening to the Alan Cox Show helps reduce road rage by 60%.
Hey, learn how to drive, you dip.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I've got another $1,000 here for you. Be listening for each and every one of these keywords. Get you a grand courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. So about 7 minutes from now, 2:30, next chance to get one of those. One of my favorite bands that I play on 2 hours to midnight, our metal show, is called Signs of the Swarm. These guys are from Pittsburgh. You may have heard me talk about them. Mary was so lucky to have seen these guys. I've still never seen them live, and I was so... I'm not prone to jealousy. I think it's a useless emotion. But I found myself positively green with bile and envy when Mary sent a photo of the set list of the bands. Where was this, when you were in Louisville or New Orleans?
This is New Orleans.
Yeah, you went to see Signs of the Swarm and Carnifex.
Did this win you over the way, like how Alan said, even if you're not a Kiss fan, if you're at the show, you're going to have a good time? Was their live show so engaging that you're like, you know what? This is the best.
Well,
Did they play this, Tower of Torsos?
I don't know,
Oh.
Alan. It all sounds the same. But they did have Tower of Torsos merch. Like, they had shirts that said Tower of Torsos.
Of course.
Like dead bodies and stuff.
It's the high watermark. Yeah, it's very on the nose, probably, in the
So-
imagery.
It was at House of Blues New Orleans, which is a awesome venue. It's small, but it's like gorgeous. It's really, really nice venue. And I used to work at House of Blues Cleveland. So I reached out to the GM who's working there. I'm like, hey, we're thinking about going to this metal show. You know, could you hook it up? So he got us these like front row loge seats. So it's like as close to the stage as you can get, but off to the side. They were like amazing seats. And we were the only people in this loge area. There's like probably 15
Everybody else is
tables.
in the pit?
Well, okay, so they said that the venue capacity, I guessed it at 500 or 600. They said it was 850. And I was like, there's no way they got 850 people in here. But they
I mean, when we used to do the comedy tour, I think it was like 850 there, wasn't it?
No, but that's at Cleveland.
Yeah.
So I'm saying they said
a
standing
smaller.
room 850.
Oh,
Seated
this
would
one
only
is
be,
smaller?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
I thought standing room it was only going to be like 500. It's a smaller venue. And I asked the guy how many tickets were sold. They said that they only sold 130 tickets. So this place was
For Carnifex and Signs of the Swarm?
Yes.
Really?
This place was pretty empty.
Oh, no.
And so
What night of the week?
A Tuesday. But Brian was really
Tuesday in New Orleans.
A Tuesday in New Orleans, but Brian was really surprised too because he was like, "These are not like small bands."
Right.
Like,
Maybe
I
they
think in
didn't.
that part of the country, though.
No, but there's a rich history of this kind of music in New Orleans. Maybe they didn't promote it very well. I mean, that seems unlikely for a chain venue, but
yeah,
maybe they didn't.
I have no idea, but
Wow.
there were not very many people there.
There's
And
bands you've never heard of that pull more people than that on a Tuesday
that's
night.
why we were kind of confused, but I loved the people watching. That was incredible. Just watching people completely kick and flail around. And it wasn't really a pit because there was only like 2 or 3 guys in there at a time.
I was going to say, so
jumping around.
over the course of the evening, you got to focus on each and every person individually.
Yes, 100%. So, the bands were so bad, Alan. I mean, I can't even.
By so bad, do you mean so good?
No, the first 2 bands were absolutely horrific.
Bad like Samuel L. Jackson in Pulp Fiction bad?
No,
or?
like you couldn't even hear what they were saying. The sound, at one point I looked over at Brian and I said it was in between the second and third band. Okay, so we just listened to 2 absolutely horrible bands. I said, what does this sound like to you? Like when you hear
It's
this.
not the point, Mary.
Well, no, but he was like, this is really bad. He's like, these 2 bands have been pretty terrible. And I was like, okay, so it's not just me.
Here's who Mary went to go see, just briefly. This
ahead.
tour is Carnifex is the headliner. We've played them on 2 hours to midnight. Signs of the Swarm, told you about them. And then To the Grave and The Last 10 Seconds of Life.
I liked them. The last 10 seconds of life, I didn't mind.
Now, what about them set them apart for you?
I don't know what it was. They weren't as annoying. That To the Grave band has an Australian, they're from Australia. And this dude was the most unlikable frontman I have ever seen in my entire life. He was probably 5 foot tall. He weighed maybe 100 pounds. Super skinny, really angry face. And he kept calling everybody the C word.
He's tiny and skinny.
Yeah, he kept calling everybody the C word. But he was like mean about it. No. It wasn't.
He wasn't calling
doing
people the C word in a nice way?
No, he was doing it. But then, here's what I wanted to ask you.
It's a metal show. They're supposed to be mean.
But this is what I wanted to ask you, Alan. Both this Australian band and Signs of the Swarm had two very woke messages. Like the Australian band, at one point, the guy goes, he was like, this next song goes out to all the animals in the slaughterhouses. That's disgusting. You meat eaters should rot in hell. And so he did a metal song about veganism.
There is a lot of
take me out.
Dude.
There is a lot of vegan metal. There's a band called Cattle Decapitation where their entire vibe is humans are crap and we got to save all the animals.
That struck me as kind of strange.
Vegan metal's a big thing right now.
Yeah, well, so they're talking about how basically what you said, how horrible human beings are, and anyone who eats meat deserves to be killed and have their throat slit just like the cows.
But I think that this is a natural progression for that kind of extreme metal because those bands were always writing songs about how mankind sucks, and Cannibal Corpse. Every one of their songs is about slitting someone's throat and wearing their bones as a necklace. So just moving over one and going, hey, we should combine this with Look Out for Animals.
Yeah.
And maybe that'll do something.
Well, I was just caught off guard by that. And then Signs of Swarm goes on. So Brian was very happy to see them. He loved them. He had not seen them yet either. And I posted on my Instagram story and I tagged Signs of the Swarm in 2 back-to-back posts. The first one was, the band Brian's been waiting to see. And it was him rocking out. Signs of the Swarm reposted that one to their page.
Sure.
And Brian saw, I'm like, dude, you're on your favorite band. Look at that. You're on their Instagram. That's so cool. That's so exciting. But then the very next post after that, I was like, not going to lie. If you completely ignore the vocals, this music isn't bad. At Signs of the Swarm.
That's got to make them feel good.
Well, they didn't repost that one.
No, of course not.
That was not one that they were on board with at all. And then I'll say this for Carnifex. Obviously, headliners are usually the most talented, but they had a lot of just instrumental riffs. Of all 4 of the bands, they had the most where the singer would take a step back and let the guitarist go for 2 minutes. Same thing, he would take a step back and let the drummer go for a couple minutes. And I really enjoyed that, where I was like, this is really good music.
You don't hate the hard music. It's the screaming that
it's the screaming that I
insane.
Absolutely cannot stand. But the Carnifex, everybody kind of had their turn. Where he would they'd scream for a little while and then he'd go take a drink of water and somebody would play.
Yeah.
Would he do some skibbity bop too? To show off his vocal?
No.
And just because they're in New Orleans.
No scatting at the heavy metal show.
Heavy metal, everyone gets their turn.
Yeah, right.
Please, my drummer, take your turn, pal.
Well, but it is very technical music.
And that's
so
what Brian kept saying.
They want to showcase that. I mean, I'm a drummer and I don't like drum solos. So it's I get what they're doing, but no one is in a band like that doesn't know how to play their instrument. So here's a clip from that show.
I'm a scat man.
I would enjoy this.
So a huge departure from most other metal bands, but
imagine the pressure you have to do that song live and get the scats all right.
That'd be crazy. To get it completely perfect.
Yeah. Oh, he's giving a dupe to when he was supposed to skibbity dop.
All the trolls online. This guy is singing. He's lip syncing to a backing track.
The Signs of Swarm had a woke moment too, where their last song, I don't remember what it was called, but the singer had his little moment where he's like, everybody pay attention. I want y'all to know if you're out here suffering, you're not alone, that there's plenty of outlets and you can get help and we're all here for you and we're brothers in metal. And and then he's like, we're not going to lose any more people to suicide. So it was a very woke hey guys, mental health is important. And I looked at Brian, I was like, what is happening right
Well, that's
now?
Also like any other form of music. That's also a generational shift with metal. These are younger people playing this music. And so
they want everyone to feel welcome.
Well, no, but
I liked it.
irrespective, it's not a bad message. I'm just saying that irrespective of what kind of music you're playing, that generational focus on mental health is going to find its way into all kinds of music. And metal's no different.
But especially with metal, because
especially since it's such angry music.
It's so angry.
A lot of people listen to it because they're so angry because they don't have the best mental health. So the metal music is where they get to release all that.
And these bands know that too.
Yeah. So I feel like that message has been in metal for more than just like recently. I feel like that goes back to at least the 2000s and even probably before then.
I got to give away some money
maybe
here.
not the wording, maybe the messaging's a little different, but it's there.
$1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. You get a shot at this about 30 after every hour. So once an hour, listen for these and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
So your overall takeaway from this show was, I don't ever want to do that again.
I don't ever have to do that again.
Yeah.
Or at least not that heavy.
See, I got to say, and
I had earplugs in and it was still too much.
Yeah, I talked to a lot of people last night at the Kiss show who were almost apologetic that, like, they brought somebody who wasn't into the band. And Kiss is in no way similar to the bands you saw.
Ugh.
At least they've got melodies and you can understand them, and it's a whole big show, right? But I talked to a few people that were like, yeah, my wife, she didn't really care, but she came with me. I'm like, man, I don't ever want to take somebody to a show that they don't have any interest in. I mean, you could have run off and done something else while Brian was at that show.
Well, but I was also interested. Whereas, like, I've never seen a show like this.
Right, I understand.
Like, for the experience, I definitely never have to do it again.
Right.
I can say that wholeheartedly. The other thing I wanted to ask.
Those are long shows when they have 4 bands. Some of these metal shows have like 6 bands. And yeah, the 2 front baby bands play 20 minutes, but that's a long show.
It started at 6 and it went until like midnight.
Yeah.
The first baby band, dude, they were hammered. They were a local band from New York or from New Orleans. They sounded horrendous. They were so bad. And the bassist was so drunk that he fell off the stage.
That's awesome.
He like tripped and fell like into between the stage and the barricade. And like the security guard had to help him back up. But the other thing I wanted to ask you about metal shows. Now, 136 people in a room that stands 800. Not many people. Signs of the Swarm specifically kept calling for a circle pit. They kept saying, circle pit, circle pit. But over the course of the night, there was only like 4 or 5 people, quote, moshing. They weren't running into each other. They were all just kind of flailing around.
You're still trying to get people to do it. But that's going to be hard with 100.
So that was my question was like, and this is also, I haven't been to a lot of heavy shows, so the first I had ever heard of a circle pit. But it was like every other song, the singer would call for a circle pit. And then like 2 or 3 guys would kind of look at each other and be like, all right, let's run around in a circle for a while. It was very uncomfortable.
Well, it's kind of, because that's kind of part and parcel to those shows. So they're doing that at every stop. And if they're playing in front of 500 or 600 people, that's going to be awesome. They're still going to do it in front of 136 people because they're trying to feed off the energy of the crowd.
Right.
Because otherwise they're like, okay, we're up here going bananas and there's 136 people. I wonder why that was such a lowly attended show.
Well, I text
poorly attended.
The GM of House of Blues who got us the tickets. He does a lot of regional stuff too. And
You thought he was really doing you a favor, and he's like, "Oh no, I have plenty of tickets."
Well, no, I mean, I text him and I was like, "What is going on? Like, this is really lightly attended." And he said, shows in general are struggling down there. That the city of New Orleans is having a hard time selling tickets to things.
I see.
Okay.
Because I said, I said the same thing kind of Bill did. I was like, is there not much of a metal scene down here? And he goes, no, New Orleans has a huge metal scene. And he can only speak to ticket sales at House of Blues, obviously, but he was saying that the city in general, the ticket sales are down, that people aren't buying tickets to things.
Wild.
But yeah, it was definitely interesting. It was a lot. And it got to a point where it wasn't even fun anymore, and I felt like everybody there felt like that. And maybe maybe they weren't, but like even by the time Carnifex got on, and maybe it was also because the crowd was so small, It's just that's a long time to listen to metal music.
Yeah.
Even if it's your favorite thing, I feel like after 4 hours, you're kind of like, all right, this is a lot of metal music.
I'll tell you what, just to underline what a difficult time they are having selling tickets down there in New Orleans. Taylor Swift is doing the Superdome down there about 1 year from now, and she has sold 17 tickets.
Or is she doing 17 shows?
No, I'm kidding. She sold it all up.
Obviously.
But, you're not going to do the Superdome and end up with a couple hundred people. Boy, we really underestimated the number of people who wanted to come see us.
You mean Taylor Swift didn't sell out the Smoothie King Center?
Where is that?
No, she's doing
That's also in
right
New Orleans.
next to. I know. I just love.
But
the
she's
name
doing the bigger place.
Oh, I know. I just love Smoothie King Center.
Yeah.
Like, what is their nickname for that? The King or
Don't know.
Smoothie Center?
I don't know.
There was a Saints game on Thursday when we were down there at the Dome or whatever.
Yeah,
we didn't
Superdome.
go. Yeah, the Superdome.
Did you guys have fun in Louisville? I mean, we were there the same weekend.
Our travel.
But that was your family thing, yeah?
It was my brother's 40th birthday party. It was a surprise. So we were supposed to, there was no easy way for us to get to Louisville and New Orleans. So our original plan was to fly to Louisville and then fly from Louisville to New Orleans to home. But there's no direct flights to Louisville. So we were going to have to change planes in Chicago. It would have taken us longer to fly than to drive, but then we would have to drive. So it was this whole big thing. The morning of to go down to Louisville, our flight gets delayed by over an hour.
From Cleveland.
From Cleveland to Chicago, that flight got delayed for over an hour, which broke our connection, which means we weren't going to make our connection down to Louisville. So we're trying to rebook it. We're trying to figure it out. So at like 6 o'clock in the morning, we're like, screw it, we'll just drive. So we ended up driving down to Louisville, getting there in time for the party, which was outside in 50-degree weather.
I was going to say, that weekend was kind of misty and cold, but the beginning of it was real warm.
It was like 52 degrees on Sunday when we went, because he had like this party at a pavilion in the park. And it was great to see it, like my family, obviously, and spend time together and stuff. But like to drive down there, spend 2 hours outside, sleep, and then get to the airport at 5 o'clock the next morning. Like it was a lot. It was a lot, but it was fun. It was a good time. Yeah, I'll never go to another metal show. I mean,
well,
it's
you
just,
did a
it's
nice
just
thing
too
for your
much.
boyfriend.
It's just, and he was even like, you don't have to come to this with me. Like, if you want to go do something else or take a nap or read a book, you can. And I was like, well, I want to experience it. This is a big part of your life, you know?
You could have dipped after like 25 minutes.
Definitely.
I'm going to go read a book.
Yeah, right. I'll go sit outside, not by this.
What a time to be sober.
Dude.
Like, you chose to go to the drunkest place probably in America.
Well,
and go sober.
And here's the thing.
I'm going to drag Poundcake to one of these shows.
Dude, Cody, you're going to.
I'm going to have to.
There were two black people and 4 women there. And then everyone else looked exactly the same.
Oh, yeah. It's dude heavy.
It was very, very incel looking people heavy. And then me and a couple other women and 2 black guys that they were having a good time.
Those bands are saving lives because those dudes are at those shows to burn off all their bad juju.
See, Mary, I want to go to New Orleans. You should have taken me. And then I could have just went to the show with Brian.
You could have just went.
No, I'm not leaving you alone with Brian anywhere. I don't care where it is.
I would have got some gumbo and, got drunk. When is Mardi Gras?
It's in March.
Oh, yeah,
okay.
when is Ash Wednesday and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Or before Easter, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, good.
What is this?
Zydeco. What is this? You were just in New Orleans.
Oh.
You didn't go listen to any Zydeco music or anything like that?
You didn't visit any graveyards?
Well, no.
You didn't go have red beans and rice? The hell did you do down there?
Red beans and rice? Well, I didn't listen to anything that sounded like this.
It's like in the air down there.
Pretty much this sounds like polka music.
It is Zydeco, Cajun Zydeco music.
Pretty much every band that was playing in a bar was either blues or jazz. Those were the only 2 types of music we heard, like walking down the streets.
It was love blues music.
Me too. Like when we were walking around, just kind of bar hopping, every single band was blues, and I was like, "See, this is so much more my speed."
Of course, Poundcake's favorite blues artist is Mariah Carey, so it's a sliding scale. Who's your favorite blues artist, Cody?
Nat King Cole.
There you go. And he's been dead for 50 years. All right. Well, listen, the music never dies. You still don't have one. I got a break here. You want to send a text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch live. And wherever you are, you can listen on that trusty old iHeartRadio app.
A bit of advice this football season. All
Kia.com. Tell them Mackenzie sent you, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
Finance savings based on 0.9 APR for 48 months, 1848 for 1,000 financed, compared to 6.9 APR on a 23-year EV wave. All offers plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved credit through KMF expires 10/31/23.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Before making a joke, say, uh-oh, here comes a little whoopsie from my giggle hole.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Are good. They're two girls from the middle of nowhere. They're from the Isle of Wight, which is an island out off the coast of England. The band's called Wet Leg. I was texting you guys yesterday in the group chat because I was doing the Cox Out. Yesterday was a busy, busy day because I went to the Kiss show last night, but I had the Cox Out pregame yesterday afternoon. Hey, did you hear the Browns won their football game?
I did hear that.
I don't know if anybody's talking about that today, but anywho, and so I was posted up at the Parma Tavern. We got two in a row, by the way, because I'm going to be out again this coming Sunday, but we'll be at Around the Corner. We're kind of alternating those venues.
Around the corner from what?
I'm sorry?
Around the corner from what?
Around the corner from whatever's next door to the bike shop. Around the corner from that bike shop.
And
they're in Lakewood.
They're on the same street.
Anyway, so I'm out at the Parma Tavern yesterday, which I haven't been to in a minute. Used to go there pretty regularly when we were still in Oak Tree, go over there for lunch or, get a quick pop or something like that. But it was a lot of fun. But there was one guy who was just blowing my brain up because on the one hand, he walks up to me and asks me if I'm Jeff Kinsbach, who I texted these guys, it's time to shave. This guy asked if I was Jeff Kinsbach. Of course, Jeff and Flash back in the day, legendary WMMS morning show, but they have long since been doing other things. And I said, no, I'm not. I said, I've met Jeff, and I'm almost positive that I'm not him. And so then this guy starts chatting me up about that band Wet Leg. And I'm like, wow, dude, you come at me with Kinsbach and then ask me why we're not playing Wet Leg, who are these two girls who kind of blew up with that song. But nobody this guy's age is talking about Wet Leg. And he's proceeded to, I didn't even get the guy's name, proceeded to talk my ear off about him and why we didn't play him. Blah, blah, blah. I was like, this guy, man, he's living his best life.
I like that people think that we decide what music gets played on this station.
Well, I kind of prefaced the conversation with him by saying, mine's a talk show. So I said, I'll come back with music. And I mean, if there's something that kind of scratches my itch, I can kind of, if I wanted to throw in something, I absolutely could. But I said, I don't know how, I have no say nor interest in what happens the rest of the day. I'm responsible for my piece of real estate. And that's where I focus all my efforts. But nice guy, bought him a Bud Light. But other than that, I was like, wow, man, you are really all over the place here. But so cool to see everybody there. Parma Tavern, boy, they do not screw around. So it's nuts to butts in there. And it's townies and it's, people that I don't get to really hang out with all that often. Ricardo, hung out with him a bit. He talks to us pretty frequently. And so it was a nice place. But this coming Sunday, we'll be at Around the Corner. And I will find out, Bill, what around the corner from what.
I mean, I know.
I'll find that out.
I'm just saying for people that don't know.
Yeah, Around the Corner in Lakewood.
That's probably the best.
And I believe I'm there 3 to 5 on Sunday because it's an later afternoon game. But, yeah, so there you go. I told the dude, I said, well, I'll play a little bit of Wet Leg for you tomorrow. I don't know if he's listening, but there it is. Hey, tip one out for the gentleman who's died at the age of 78. You've probably never heard of him, and you probably don't know what he did. But he is in the history books. His name is David Kirk. And he's English.
Kirkland brand. Costco.
Wrong guy.
Jeans and liquor.
He had the great idea of pouring Grey Goose into a giant vat of water and then pouring into another bottle that said Kirkland and selling it at an extreme discount. He is the very first person to ever bungee jump. So it is inconceivable that he died in his bed of natural causes. If you were the first person to bungee jump, it seems more likely that you would have kind of
I think there
might not
needs
have
to
worked
be an
out so well for
asterisk
you.
There.
Huh?
He's the first person to bungee jump successfully.
Well, they refer to him as the world's first bungee jumper.
I'm sure there's someone that tried it before.
You think so? It didn't
go
work
so
out?
well, yeah.
He and his friends started a group at Oxford in the 70s called the Dangerous Sports Club. And he jumped from a 240-foot bridge in 1979 wearing a tuxedo and holding a bottle of champagne. Boy, those Brits just do everything classier. They didn't even know what they were doing. And this guy goes, I'm going to wear a tuxedo and hold me a bottle of champagne. So David Kirk, who is in the books as the world's first bungee jumper, is
I
passed
climbed over the balcony there, or the rails, clutching a top hat with a handkerchief around my face because I didn't want my mother to recognize me. We worked out that that bridge is 240 feet tall. We would need 2 ropes at 120 feet. Then you would fall down and you would surface just above the water.
Right. So here's a guy who really had no idea, he and his friends had no idea that they were creating something. I don't know if, they're like, hey, what if we got 2 giant rubber bands and jumped off a bridge? and then it became something. Because now, out of all the things that I've done in my life, I have no interest in bungee jumping. There's a lot of people, they see that as kind of a lot of people have that on their bucket list. You know, they want to go off a giant bridge. But I have gone ziplining face down across a giant chasm in the mountains of Mexico. I would never go bungee jumping.
What's the difference? Like, is that in the same vein as skydiving, bungee jumping?
Bungee
and skydiving?
jumping, you're like,
what would you rather do?
I've been skydiving, and it was awesome. It was so much fun. Bungee jumping kind of terrifies me. I know it doesn't happen often. I'm afraid the cord's going to snap.
And it does happen occasionally.
That's what I'm saying.
But it probably happens with the same frequency as a chute that doesn't open, or which I think is pretty low. Very, very small instances of that happening because they've kind of safety precautioned it within an inch of its life. You know, if you're running a tourist company, you can't have people dying, right? You got to check everything left and right. And, but yeah, I have no interest whatsoever in that. But there are some people who love it. Like,
I would want to try it. I think I would end up trying it at some point in my life. I like doing stuff like that. I like that adrenaline rush. It is scary, but that's part of the fun of it. You know?
It plays into your addictive personality.
Oh, 100%. Anything I can do for that dopamine, baby. Give me it.
Right. So that guy is dead. Now, I would like to know the first person who died bungee jumping. I don't know who that person is. I didn't check it out ahead of time.
This guy's wife.
Huh?
What?
Of course, I lost my newlywed wife. We hadn't been married long, and she was right. She said, right behind you, dear.
She was my test subject.
No, he and his friends did this in college. So I don't know. He probably wasn't married yet. But to have pioneered what became a global, I don't know if you call it a sport, a global
industry.
Yeah, industry.
I mean, my brother did it when he was, I think, in high school. We were in Florida, and my dad had paid to go when he was down there one time, and it was too windy, so they had to give him a rain check, and then we went like another day or something, and my dad had already gone back to work, so my brother went, and he loved it. It's one of those videos that we had that we'd show people in the 90s. We'd be like, you gotta see Don bungee jump. It's the craziest thing. And he was just clapping and like hollering like an idiot. He loved it. So I can see why people enjoy it. Not my thing, but yeah.
The first U.S. bungee jumping fatality was in 1991. End of October 1991, a guy named Hal Irish, who was 29, is a bungee jumping instructor. And he died bungee jumping from a hot air balloon.
Well, those who can't do, teach.
Right. he became detached from his cord during a demonstration. Imagine that. You're showing people, okay, here's what you're going to do, and you die. You know, you're the guy piloting the balloon. You go, I'm just going to take you guys down since none of you want to do this anymore. He plunged more than 70 feet to his death. But this started as something called land diving, which in kind of some tribal communities around the world was a rite of passage. Young boys would jump off a cliff. They would be tethered to something. But this guy, 29 years old, died in 1991. There's simply no way to know how old he would be had he lived. But they said there's no equipment failure. It just was bad luck. And they said, but bungee jumping isn't regulated by the FAA, right? Like hot air balloons are regulated by the Federal Aviation Administration. Bungee jumping is not. If people want to do it, that's their business. Everything else, you know, hot air balloons, obviously the skydiving, that's all right. They go bungee jumping, that's the Wild West, at least in 91.
I would do bungee jumping or skydiving before I'd ever go up in a hot air balloon. Hot air balloons.
Oh, I've been up in a couple hot air balloons.
I went up in one when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And it was like they had it tied to a van. And they were like, oh, this should be, because it was like, it was after we did our fundraiser drive for our school. And that was one of the prizes. You get to go up 50 feet in a hot air balloon, and then they bring you back down.
50 feet?
Yeah, they had it tied to this van. And it was supposed to be like, you go up, you go down. It's supposed to be cool. But it was lifting the van off the ground. And they're like, oh, we didn't really think of the safety aspects of this because it was so windy. They're like, yeah, this is not really a day for it. So they shut it down.
You need a tank to sit there. See if they can lift that. But I need some type of governing body for activities like that, like FAA or whatever. Bungee jumping, like I don't want to find a guy that's just trying to cut corners, like the people that got into that sea thing. What is it that went down to see the Titanic?
Ocean Gate.
Yeah, like people like that who just try to cut corners are like, oh, well, the other guy's charging this. I can charge this. You get a discounted rate. I don't want a discounted rate on bungee jumping.
Well, no, but I mean, but things like bungee jumping, hot air balloons, those are things that are widely available to the regular tourism paying public. The sea thing was like a bill for bored rich people.
But there is a governing body for that. That's what the guy was saying. Like this guy cut corners. All the other people who do these submersibles,
right?
They don't have any problems. But this guy was like, oh, well, mine is built in my garage, and he just soldered all the stuff together by himself.
He wanted a quantity over quality as far as taking people down there.
You know.
Yeah.
If I can't sue, I need somebody else to be able to sue on my behalf because that's ridiculous.
Well, yeah.
I don't want a Groupon submersible.
People are suggesting that guy probably wore a tuxedo, so it'd be an easy burial in case things went wrong. That's probably right. Went down. If this doesn't work, the indignance of youth. This doesn't work. I want to leave good-looking corpse.
I think it would just be badass. Like bungee jumping, I don't get no satisfaction out of. But jumping out of an airplane with like a cool parachute, you get to do it like James Bond style.
What is a cool parachute?
Like I don't know. You just have like a cool looking parachute. You can have it military style. You get to choose the color and stuff, right?
I don't think so.
No, they hand you a packed parachute, and they go here.
But you can. But
you're not like James Bond. You're tandem with an instructor.
That's not necessarily. You can train to pull the.
Yeah, eventually.
Yes, right.
But I'm saying if you want it to, they can train you and you can do that. I think that's badass.
Now, I had no problem as a younger man wearing parachute pants.
No, you didn't.
Of course, those were very popular. Zippers all over. And people keep saying that they're back. Of course, they're not. Can't bring those back.
Are bell bottoms back?
They keep trying to bring bell bottoms back. They try to kind of cheat it with flares. Of course, Mary likes flares.
Love a flare.
But every 5 or 6 years, they go, bell bottoms are back. And then the culture is quickly reminded that they sucked the first time around.
No.
So they're not going to. Flares are different than bell bottoms.
Yes.
Flares are just like a tiny little bell. Bell bottoms are like a giant, let's say a Taco Bell. a giant one.
After 31 years of life, I found out why girl shoes are so damn, like the sole of the shoe is so damn tall.
Girl shoes? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I was shopping with one of my girlfriends over the weekend, and we stopped at this store, and she was looking at shoes. I was like, why is like the bottom sole so it's like an inch, 2 inches high, and it makes the shoes look like, I don't know, like clogging shoes. And she was like, it's so the pants don't, like the bottom of your pants don't rub on the floor. I said, oh.
I don't know about that. Chunky shoes are just in right now, like the
Yeah, that's
platform
just like
sneakers.
that's just a style.
Is that what you're talking about?
Thank you. Yeah, I just thought it, because it was like, it would be cute, but it's so ugly. They're just so thick at the bottom. And she was like, yeah, so
that's just like a throwback, because that was
it rises a bit.
90s, like late 90s, early 2000s. Those got really popular because of Doc Martens and stuff like
They
that.
look like cartoon shoes.
Yeah, and they just get thicker and thicker soles.
And it's not just
a look for some people.
It's not just women with the chunky shoes. I saw these two guys last night. They had on these giant dragon boots, and their faces were painted, and
Alan,
they were
that was
singing all
Kiss.
these. I'm sorry.
They've been wearing those for a long
They
time.
were singing all these songs, and I was like,
Were they
"Ugh."
singing? Kind of look lip synced.
They were singing because it was. Yeah, that's the other thing with Kiss is they've had all those kind of.
It sounds like there's a backing track or something.
Well, I don't know. They've had to fight those rumors, but again, they're not. There's not a lot of heavy lifting there, and Paul Stanley sounded pretty fried. So when he was singing, I think if there was a backing track, might have been a lot cleaner. Maybe they had a little bit of a cushion in there for the music. Maybe
I think more for the music. I don't. Yeah,
Gene Simmons is pointing at the camera a lot. He's mugging for the camera the whole time, and half the time he's pointing, which means his one hand is not on his bass. And that guy's not Geddy Lee. There's not a lot of. You could pick up a bass right now and play most Kiss songs.
And they were just.
I did meet Ray from West Berea Beach, by the way. So
Hey.
I was going to run into him. Speaking of Poundcake's 31 years of life, I also wanted to throw one out for Bobby of Portugal, who was the world's oldest dog, and he has died at 31. Longest ever living dog.
Wow.
Was, I didn't even know what kind of dog he was. He lived to 31 years and 165 days old.
Damn, that's an old dog.
That's an old dog.
How many
Lived his
years of
entire-
dog years?
There's no way to know. He's lived his entire life in the village of Conqueros.
217 years old.
Wow, this
That's an old-ass
dog.
dog.
Man.
How do you measure dog years?
I mean, the basic people say 7 years.
But why?
Because dogs are little.
Yeah.
I was like,
Except it's not 7. Like when you're at the vet, they have the chart.
Yeah, there's like an actual formula for
They're
it.
like, first couple of years is 7, then it goes to 5, and the last couple are 3, and you're like, okay, why do I care with the alternate age of my dog? I know how long I've had my dog, and it's not like my dog can tell time.
I was like, they should live a nice long life.
I
They
think
ain't got
my
no
dog can.
stressors. They don't pay no bills. They just get on you, cuddle, and lick you. Like, what do they do? Why can't you live a long life?
My dog knows when I'm supposed to be getting home. Like she can't tell time, but she knows what time it is.
Peanut butter jelly time.
You think she can smell you coming up the stairs or coming up the elevator?
Boy, I hope not.
I mean, she can hear the elevator, and then I think when we're in the elevator, she can smell if Grandma's been in it because she gets really excited. So
If Grandma's been in the elevator.
yeah, if Grandma's like just in the elevator before we were, she gets really excited because she's like, that lady, she was here.
I know her.
I think I'm going to be a dog gay eventually.
What the hell does that mean?
A dog gay. Like a gay.
Let me
get
repeat
a dog.
myself. What the hell does that mean?
Should be a gay dog.
No, you just have.
Gay for dogs?
You're gay and you have a dog. And it's like a cute.
Those are called dog gays, not just gay guys with dogs?
Well, there's cat gays. I think.
Well, they're called lesbians. They already have their own name.
Now I just feel like there's a certain type of gay that has a dog, and your dog almost kind of resembles you, because there's a guy that I know, he's gay, and his dog looks a lot like him. I'm just
I
saying.
say that a lot about people, that people start to look like their dogs, and I think that's I think there's a Mandela effect quality to that. I don't think most people look like their animals.
I don't know.
Yeah, I want to say you and Juno look alike. Just like I don't think Whoopsie and I really look alike.
Well, then you'll be a dog gay.
What type of dog should I get? Something small.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to let you ruminate on that. I got to take a break. I'll have another $1,000 for you on the way at 3:30. Listen for those keywords. You get one every hour, and it's $1,000 that somebody does win, so might as well be you, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. If you want to go see Ancient Aliens live, you watch a show on the History Channel, they are going on the road, and they're coming to MGM Northfield Park next week. They're going to be here on the 2nd of November, so I'll hand those tickets off coming back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free
Hi, Jeremy. My name is Jeff. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio.
The Middle with Jeremy Hobson is a podcast focused on Americans who have a huge say in who's in power and what gets done.
Jan here in Kansas City, Missouri.
Americans in the middle.
My name is Venkat. I'm calling you from Atlanta, Georgia.
We're live and taking your calls every week. Listen to The Middle with Jeremy Hobson on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, next week, if you are a fan of the show Ancient Aliens, this show's been running for a long time over on the History Channel, and the whole gang is coming to see you. The meme guy and everybody else. A couple of tickets here to see Ancient Aliens live, Project Earth. It is next Thursday night at MGM Northfield Park, exploring the theory that extraterrestrials have visited us for millions of years. And if you dig on this show, boy, it should be a good time. Ticketmaster.com's got all the info on it, but you can get the first pair of tickets from me this week. So 2 for Ancient Aliens live next Thursday night, November 2nd, out at MGM Northfield Park. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
These days, you have a million ways to entertain yourself.
Are you not entertained?
This one just puts entertain in air quotes.
I am not entertained.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I've got another $1,000 for you here in about 10 minutes. I want to try to grab yourself $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. I'll do that for you. I'm happy to do it. If you watch us live at AlanCoxShow.com, first of all, my condolences. Second of all, tip of the hat to Dillery Fip Sipper. Ooh, that ended abruptly. Dillery Fip Sipper.
Cut it hard.
Helping out today on the live stream. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, on the app, and you do it from out of state, I like to know where people are. Put you on this map back here. A handful of brand new bureau chiefs who have checked in. Erica listens in Gimpo, South Korea. I assume when the satellites are overhead. Neva is in Columbus. Ryan listens in Lakeland, Florida. TJ is in Savannah, Georgia. Chelsea listens up in Peterborough, Ontario. So thank you one and all. Cavs, the NBA season starts tomorrow night. Cavs will not play until Wednesday night. They'll be in Brooklyn to play the Nets. And then Friday, I think we're going to be live from the Romo Fijo on Friday. That probably won't affect you since the gates aren't even open until we're almost off the air. So I'm not sure how that's going to lay out. I know there are conversations being had about it, but that might be the plan for Friday. But Friday is the Cavs home opener against the Oklahoma City Thunder. A lot of people talking about Jada Pinkett and Will Smith. They did no shortage of, they did it at least a couple of times on SNL this past week, and I kind of dipped into that. I kind of been off the SNL thing for a while. But they had a couple of sketches that referred to it. And Meryl Streep and her husband are going through the exact same thing. Weirdly, she is not on a press tour about it. But Meryl Streep, who has been married to her husband for a long time, a guy named Don Gummer, Meryl Streep's children use Gummer as their professional name. Meryl Streep said that she and her husband have been separated for more than 6 years. They've been married for 45 years.
Sheesh.
When she was just a young, up-and-coming actress, they hooked up. He's a sculptor. Now, when your wife is Meryl Streep, and again, he was one of these guys that
Is that why she wins so many Oscars? Because he's sculpting them for her?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They just spray him gold. Yeah, they've been married for a long, long time, and the girls are all grown. They've been grown, though. So, I mean, Mamie Gummer, I think, is in her mid-30s. And they have been separated for almost 7 years. Which is, but people aren't talking about that. They're keeping it private. Now, granted that, Jada's got a book to sell. And she and Will Smith are clearly, check my notes, psychotic. So I don't know what the Streep Gummer situation is, but that's a pretty wild move, though, too, where they were like, we'll always care for each other and we have no plans to divorce. We've just chosen to live our lives apart. I mean, there's no victims in a situation like that. Meryl Streep is still seen in public frequently wearing her wedding ring. After 45 years, it's probably not even a difficult conversation anymore. You just go, look, you're awesome. And it's not like she got on Tinder, so he's like, you're great. Good luck with the sculpting. I hope that maybe you can sculpt yourself a girlfriend. You're in your mid-70s. You're kind of closed for business probably in many ways. But they have 4 kids. Their son is 43. So, and they've always led a very quiet life for as famous as she is. And he's one of those guys that was always happy, like Dolly Parton's husband. Always happy to be in the shadow of his wife. So, I mean, they're grandparents now. But it runs very parallel to the Jada Pinkett and Will Smith thing, except these two aren't going on and on and on about it. Meryl Streep, famously back in the day, was dating an actor named John Cazale, who was in Dog Day Afternoon with Al Pacino. I think he was in The Deer Hunter. He was considered to be, is going to be one of the greatest actors of his generation. And I think he died of cancer. And so that was a big, big deal back then. That Meryl Streep had been like by his side the whole time. And, they'd only been together for maybe a year and a half. Lung cancer is how John Cazale died. So anyway, that jumped out at me as something that kind of runs parallel to the Jada Pinkett thing, but nobody's going to be doing SNL sketches on Meryl Streep. And she's on Only Murders in the Building. I don't know how many people are watching that, but I like that show a lot. She and Paul Rudd were in this latest season of that show. But, you get to the point where you're in your mid-70s and you have grandkids and you go, we're way too old to be fooling ourselves or other people. So if this ain't it anymore, this ain't it. I'm going to live in my place. You live at yours. You live in your artist in residence, a place that smells like clay. And I'll live over here in the Arconia or whatever. So I don't know what happens there. Speaking of celebrities, we heard from one of our favorites, left a message on the iHeartRadio app. So pleased to hear from this person again. Because we've heard from him before. Mm-hmm. Clevelanders know the voice all too well. I think a lot of people consider him, a local hero. And he's left us another message over there on the iHeartRadio app. Little talkback button there.
Howdy, Alan. It's famous Cleveland native and film actor Tommy You-Know-Who. Here's a hint. I was in Volunteers with John Candy. I'm sorry I didn't reach out sooner, but I've been busy celebrating Cody's honor as the greatest sportscaster of all time. Please let Cody know that Chet has a fantastic Jamaican jerk chicken waiting for him whenever he feels irie. Anyways, I hate the show and wish Mozgov would call in again. Just wondering how his barbecue sauce business was doing in St. Petersburg, Florida. One last note. Could you hit the post on Night Boat to Cairo by Madness?
Listen, Tom Hanks, I mean, one of the greats, one of the greats. He's so busy, but still has time to check in on this show, seemingly listening more closely than some people in other studios. So, boy, how does that make you feel, Poundcake, that Tom Hanks checks in with us again to
congratulate me?
Yes, to laud you.
That's great.
Yeah.
When I moved to New York, I want to have...
When I moved to New York?
Yeah,
do you have an announcement you'd like to make?
No, not yet. Nothing's official, but I'm going to apply to be on the Breakfast Club. I'll be their new co-host.
When? Do they need a co-host?
I'll tell you what, everything's falling in line for Charlemagne, isn't it? This homie, he didn't give a rat's ass about any of those other two. He's like, yeah, because Envy's probably going to go to jail or at least get fired.
Angela Yee Bindon left. She got her own show on the same station.
She held him up.
So I imagine they probably want a female co-host, but, I'm halfway there.
Close enough.
Nobody understands the inequality of the sexes like a gay man.
Yeah. And they don't want to get canceled, so.
You think it's going to be Charlemagne and Cody?
Charlemagne, would it be Poundcake or no? They'll probably switch up my identity to make it more marketable.
I'm just saying, when you, in this business, when you go to another city, you are starting from scratch. So you can, it's like going to college from high school. You can reinvent yourself into whomever you want.
What? Yeah. Well, let me get an interview first. Let me fly out to the Big Apple and see what happens. So let me just.
You should just fly out and just show up.
Just show up.
Don't even have an appointment. Don't have anything scheduled. Just.
Well, I am an
they don't
iHeart
like
employee.
that. Yeah.
They would have me. I know a couple people there that I could probably get a tour from.
You already work for the company. It can't be that hard to get you in. I mean,
I know. I would text a couple people and say, hey, vouch for me. And then.
And when they see you coming and they hear you or they check out in this show to kind of, check your bona fides or whatever, I think you're going to be really, really attractive to them because here's a New York show syndicated with this company, the #1 media market. And they're not going to have to pay you any more than they pay you here.
Oh, yes, they absolutely
And that's going to be really, really attractive to them.
Yeah, have me move to New York and then pay me the same? Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's what they would want to do.
Because they already, you can't lie about how much you're currently getting paid.
That's right.
They, literally have access to it.
Yeah, and I just would be like, no. Why would I do that?
Right.
Why would I move to a bigger city, higher risk, higher pay, or higher rent, and then have less money?
That's right.
No.
That's right.
I wouldn't do that.
Nor should you. You should hold their feet to the flame.
I would need...
And see what they come back with.
I would need at least
and they go,
$37,000 a year.
They go, okay.
Did you hear what he said?
Oh, yeah. Yep, you're right. You would need at least that.
I would need at least...
And they would say, well, that's kind of our ceiling. So take a day to think about it. We'll put you up in the boiler room downstairs. And
I've lived in a boiler room. Not that bad, honestly.
I complained about it all the
Mary
time.
doesn't.
Again.
No, I didn't.
You didn't stay there, I noticed.
I lived there for 3.5 years.
Why didn't you live there for 4, Mary?
Because I have a boyfriend.
Do you love it so much?
I have a boyfriend.
You didn't move from the boiler room to there. You moved to the sky.
Yeah, I had more problems in the sky than I was also sober in the sky. So maybe I was just drunk in the boiler room, and that's why
a great. That's my favorite Belinda Carlisle song.
But Cody, you get you a little boiler room for $37,000 a year. You can do it.
I have a couple.
Go out live in Staten Island.
I have a couple friends that live out there. I'm like, listen, I'll put out. Let me sleep on your couch.
God.
That's what they want.
Transactions this guy comes up with. I have a couple friends who I said I would put out for the couch.
Or she's a girl, too, so she's a personal trainer, so she'd be like, not necessary. You could just sleep on my couch.
I prefer public trainers. I got money to give you here. It is $1,000. That'll get you half a month's rent there with Cody. But he will put out. Give him the couch. It's $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
So are you going to put in for that, Cody? Because I think it's a very poorly kept secret right now that the company is going to be is currently looking for a new co-host.
It's not a secret at all. Listeners have been messaging.
Well, but there's a difference between that and there being a blind box ad for it.
Well, I all I gotta do is apply on my little workday thing, so I'll just do that.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm pulling up right now. Is it in there?
Yeah.
Have you already looked at it?
Oh, they did post. Yeah.
They posted it. It's been posted for a week, and I didn't know that they posted it, but my brother sent me this. He's like, you got to apply. I was like,
of course.
Okay. Wait a minute. If it's posted in Workday, how would your brother know about it?
I can see it in Workday, but it's also posted elsewhere. Other people besides people
it's
who
like making the rounds. I've seen posts about it.
Yeah, I can access it through Workday, but other people can see it as well.
This says it pays between $240 and $330 a year. Would that be amenable to you? Is that something that you would? You think you could live on that in New York?
Man.
I mean, they've been rotating since Angela Yee left. They've been rotating the third chair, but it would be you and Charlemagne.
Envy is probably going to stay there.
He put you through the paces.
He would.
Envy ain't going to stay there. They're looking to cut bait.
What if they?
You don't post a job. You don't post a job application on the company website
again, I think that's for Angela Yee's spot. They've been doing like I said, guest co-host for like.
Well, now they have two, but they didn't plan on having two open. That's my point.
That's what
so
I don't think
they can take the same one, and whoever they take the giant pile of people who put in.
I'd be so pissed. They're like, yeah, we want to hire you on the Breakfast Club, but you're going to be doing the same thing you were doing with Alan. You're just going to be answering phones.
Well,
I'm like, I'm not moving to New York to answer phones.
But it's going to be. Well, what would you want to do if they were to hire you? What would you tell them? You go, I'm not going to do the same thing.
I want to big up myself. Why would I move to? I mean, okay, if they said we'll start you out on phones and there's room for advancement,
I'm sure they already have a screener.
They probably do, but
so you're not going to take somebody else's job.
Well, this is the co-host position, so I'm applying to be for the co-host spot. So that's what I would want. If I'm not qualified, I'm not qualified. But why would I not try?
Right.
Well, here's the qualifications that are listed. Are you proficient in Microsoft Office?
Yes.
He is not.
I am.
Familiar.
That didn't sound like a confident yes.
Proficient with Next Gen Vox Pro Pro Tools.
Not Pro Tools, but Next Gen Vox Pro, yes.
Okay, well,
that's why I was in college.
That's good. Pleasant, charismatic, well-controlled voice with excellent pronunciation.
Oh my! This guy is out. He flopped before he even left the starting block. He fell over.
Excellent verbal and written. Excellent verbal and written communication, as well as editing skills. I can't even do this sentence. Editing skills.
She can't even get through it without laughing.
Proficient in grammar.
ER or AR?
AR.
Kelsey Grammer.
Oh my
Proficient in
God.
grammar. Andy or Kelsey?
Oh, God, that's so funny.
But this is where you hit your head, homie, with this kind of stuff. All this stuff you didn't think mattered.
4-year college degree, preferably in communications or broadcasting. That puts you ahead of someone like me or Bill.
Yeah, but they care about that the very, very least.
I don't know where Alan got that number because this salary says 130 to 170.
Well, that might be for the third chair. I'm talking about that envy spot.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just reading the post on our Breakfast Club co-host.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, but you should absolutely put your face in there, Poundcake, because what they're most likely going to do, obviously they're going to grab somebody who already works for the company.
Yeah.
They're going to bump somebody up. But they'll grab somebody who's like already a main host in another market. Like they'll grab somebody from Houston or Chicago or Philly, and they'll go, hey, I know you got your own thing there. You want to come to New York? Because New York. Be second chair. My agent used to come to me with stuff all the time earlier in my career. I had a bunch of, I would always get offers to be second chair. I'm like, I'm not second chair. Like if you want to be making moves, you have to be the guy.
But see, that show is not a host show. Like there's three, it's like a almost like The View. There's no set host. It's like a round table.
But it's Charlemagne's show.
It's not Charlemagne's show.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
DJ Envy is the one that introduced it.
That's why Angela Yee left, guaranteed. She's like, look, Charlemagne is sucking all the air out of this room. Everybody knows who this guy is. He's hustling. He's doing books. He's doing whatever. And he should. I mean,
He had that Comedy Central show.
you're on borrowed time.
But I'm sure she was tired of being the voice of reason.
Well, that's silly, though.
But I'm sure she wanted her own show, and she got it. She had
That's what I'm saying.
Stuff for a long time. And again, a panel show like that there is no set host, and he gets more attention because he's so like in your face. Like I remember when J-Lo visited the studio, he smelled the chair after she left. Like
That's why Cody wants a job.
He wants to smell all those celebrities, yeah.
Here's the
chair
problem,
sniffing.
though. Here's the problem. A show like that, urban show, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're so big on, and this is true in any market, so big on like being part of the community, right? We're out there in the community. We're in these streets, that kind of thing. You're going to have to be shaking hands and doing all kinds of crap you don't want to do.
He's too reliable.
Yeah, they go to iHeartRadio every year, like the festival every year, and they host that.
No. I mean, hey, you got to get out to Brooklyn.
Be part of
be part of this.
You got to be on the streets.
Be part of this food drive. That kind of stuff.
Oh,
You
got to be.
You out there scooping potatoes au gratin.
You got to be Black Cody more than White Cody.
I'll code switch. I'll switch.
That could be your name.
Code switch. COD.
Black Cody.
Yeah.
I like that.
You remember the Breakfast Club? Code switch.
That's perfect.
Yeah. He can do the macho stuff.
That's so funny.
Yeah. Well, listen, you, at the very least, you should already be a couple days into hammering out your resume.
I'm on it.
Mm-hmm. How will you describe your position here? When they say, what did you do on the Alan Cox Show? How will you describe your duties?
Telecommunications executive.
You don't know what telecommunications are.
He's an executive.
You don't work in the satellite industry. You work in the radio industry. Huh?
Communications executive.
Executive?
/ on-air talent.
You know the company you work for is going to realize you're not an executive of said company, right?
Why do I even have to zhuzh it up then? If they can
I
see
didn't say
everything already?
zhuzh. I said, how would you describe what you, when they ask you, how would you describe what you did here?
Phone screener, on-air talent. That's mainly
Very
what
vague.
Award-winning sports talker.
There you go. They're going to want more than, because everybody hitting them up is phone screener, on-air. Everybody's on-air talent.
I mean,
what makes you different? What makes you special? Why should they hire you? Give us the elevator pitch.
How would you take the Breakfast Club into the next phase? Because that's what it's going to be. Charlamagne ain't going to do that for. They're looking for somebody who can carry this thing into the next iteration.
No, I wanted to piggyback off of their fame. I didn't know I had to elevate
This guy,
Let me steal y'all followers.
I was just gonna do their.
He's so happy to be number 2.
I didn't know all that.
Well, good luck.
Thanks.
I think it'd be a great movie.
I heard New York got snacks in the kitchen.
Well, they probably do. Oh, I didn't think about that. They probably got the
See?
free stuff. If Chicago got it, New York definitely has it.
Chicago, of all the stations I've been to, Chicago had the largest spread of free things. So
Ooh, I can't wait to see.
keep that in mind, Cody. Send in that application.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on it.
I'm going to break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. A bit of advice this football season. Always bet on Buzz.
PTSD, this could be the sound of life-saving therapy.
Thanks, Betty.
That's why we've made it our mission to connect every military hero in need with a canine hero of their own. To learn about the simple ways you can help Dog Chow in our mission, visit dogchow.com/veterans.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to get stuff away.
All right, I'm going to go see Mushroom Head this coming weekend. They are doing their 30th anniversary and Halloween show. It is this Saturday night at the world-famous Agora. You can go to axs.com for the details on it. But that's it in a nutshell. Caller 10, you got 2 for Saturday night with Mushroom Head. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Podcast anytime on our iHeartRadio app.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I always thought this is one of the more egregiously overlooked Blink-182 songs called Man Overboard. This one's almost 25 years old, too. Forget how long these songs have been around. Blink's going out next summer. They've set their 2024 dates. They're going to play Columbus. If you want to go down there, that's the closest they're going to come to us. With Pierce the Veil, fellow San Diego punk band. August 13th, so you got to wait almost a year to go see them, but they're going to do the
That's almost a year to the day.
Schottenstein Center? Is it Schottenstein or Stein?
That's about a year that they were, because I think they were in Cleveland like May 16th last year.
Yeah.
Or of this year, so.
Blink-182, the One More Time tour. I don't know if that's literal, but so if you want to go see them, you'll have to go to Columbus. But those,
I think that's in reference to their new album.
Is it called One More Time?
I believe so.
Oh, well, that shows you how much I know.
Is. You just go too deep with Blink. You know about Man Overboard, you don't know about their new stuff. Like the old stuff.
I guess. Yeah, I was talking to somebody at the Kiss show, and they go, "Hey, what do you think of that new Blink record?" I go, "I don't know." I heard they were like, I like them when I hear them, but they were like never on my radar. Like I've never seen them live. I don't, But anyway, if you do like them and care about them, those tickets are going to go on sale this Friday, and then you'll wait until next August to go to Columbus and see them. So maybe they'll add a Cleveland date. There's plenty of time between then and now where they can figure out how they're feeling about things. Green Day has also announced that they're going on the road. I thought this was kind of a wild setup. The Smashing Pumpkins are going to open for Green Day next summer.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
But after seeing Smashing Pumpkins last year when they're at the Q or Romo Fijo, I can see why they're trying to piggyback along with somebody.
Well, that to me feels more like they're going for the demographic rather than the fans, because you couldn't get further away from two different kinds of bands than Green Day and the Smashing Pumpkins.
But I think they have a lot of crossover.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, just as a kid that grew up listening to both those bands, they were popular. Like the three most popular bands in my school at that time, it would be like Green Day, Smashing Pumpkins, maybe Nirvana's above that, but it seemed like Smashing Pumpkins was just as big, if not bigger, than Green Day.
Among the same kids?
Yeah.
Huh. They'll have Rancid open in a bunch of the dates.
That's great.
And Linda Lindas are going to play too. Huh?
Brian has been talking about how bad he wants to go see Rancid.
Well, they're opening for Green Day and the Pumpkins.
That would be his leave after the opener scenario.
Yeah. They haven't announced the dates, But the next album from Green Day is coming soon. They will drop a brand new song tomorrow. You will probably hear it here. It's called The American Dream Is Killing Me. And these guys were doing some, they did that While We Were Young tour, I think, in Vegas over the weekend. And so he said, we're going out on the road next year with Smashing Pumpkins. When they were on the road, they went out with STP and Interpol. So anyway, that's what is on the immediate radar there. Well, the comments are coming fast and furious for Poundcake's imminent move to New York City to work for the Breakfast Club. And people are, again, nothing's in the bag.
He hasn't even applied yet.
It's a shoo-in. There's no way. Who else would they want on that show besides Poundcake?
Code Switch.
Code Switch.
Code Switch. I'm here for
So when Jake C said Kodiak Black.
Cody Act Black.
Kodak Black.
It's Kodak Black.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. Well, Owen and Willoughby has got his thoughts, and you know he's always a ray of sunshine, Poundcake. Want to hear what he's got to say?
Yeah,
he's already firing shots. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's Owen. Listen, maybe I don't understand something about this. Hoping you can fill me in, Alan. Alan, you have the gumption, the tenacity, the drive to move to a city and starve for years for your career. Poundcake has no money. He's Cleveland poor. How is he going to New York on his own to do what? Work on another radio show? Nah.
What is Cleveland poor?
He's saying if he's poor
In
here,
Cleveland, what
he's
makes
going
you
to be
think
homeless there.
But
I see.
The salary for that show,
pays a hell of a lot more.
It pays a lot of money. He'll
9
be
times
fine.
what he's
Yeah.
making here.
9 times. I would say that the business is very, very different from when I got going, and there's no way around that. When I was getting going, you were always looking over your shoulder because you were looking for that next person who was going to be faster and funnier and smarter and better than you. And over the years, this company and others like it have fired so many people over the years that that's not really a thing anymore, right? There's not really a farm team, as it were. There's still kids in college who want to be on the radio. Thank God. My son is going to be on his college radio station.
Oh.
But as far as looking over your shoulder, and the further you get into your career, if you're fortunate enough to have some successes, you're less and less worried about that. Now, because those pools are so small, somebody like Poundcake is in a much better position to not have to grind it out like I did. The company will just come to him and go, hey, we think you'd be good for this. What say you? Now, because you're not looking over your shoulder as much, it's much more likely that they ain't going to pay you no $130, $340, whatever it is. Because they go, hey, I mean, that's how they did it even back in the day. When you would bump up a market, that was their excuse to pay you less. Which is counterintuitive. You go, well, I'm going to a bigger place, I'm needing more money. But they go, hey, you get bumped up. What you do then is up to you. We'll bring you here, but then you got to kill it. But again, situation like this, and you are very publicly happy being number 2, you wouldn't have to grind it out.
I mean, the platform is so big. Not only are they big on the radio, like they have millions of listeners that way, but YouTube, they're huge. I mean, that's mainly how I listen to them. I'm not in my car most of the day, so I usually just get the clips on YouTube. And they're on BET, so they're on TV as well. So it's crazy. So, I mean, if they had to pay me, $87,000 a year, I might be okay with that.
What is the least you would go for?
$86,000 a year.
But don't say it publicly. Just tell me. Nobody's listening. Just tell me.
Whisper
it. $86,000 a year.
It might be, that might be.
You want to go for 80?
No, 86.
Well, but in a market like that, it's probably union. So there's union minimums. Like when I was in Chicago, the union minimum for the overnight person, I think, was like 85.
See?
So,
but he's also not the guy.
What do you mean?
The union minimum that's for one person on the radio at a time. This is a panel show.
Right.
So
but what I'm
he's not
saying
gonna
is,
be making-
but if they're paying overnights in Chicago, and this was 15 years ago, 85, then the second guy on a morning show in New York, I mean, who knows? You know what? That's the wild thing now, is that all bets are off. Nobody knows what the hell anything is anymore.
Or what
Because
anybody's
there's no one at the
looking
wheel.
for,
There's
like-
no, yeah. So, don't know. Don't know.
But he ain't lying about the whole Cleveland poor thing. I've been saying that for a long time. I'm like, if I move to a different market, like any help that I get, I just will be screwed.
What do you mean screwed?
Because like I drive my brother's car. Like I can't take his car out of state.
You take public transportation. You go to New York.
But I'm
Yeah, you don't really need a car.
I'm not saying New York. But if I were to move anywhere else, like a lot of stuff.
Wichita.
Sure.
You take Wichita Rapid Transit.
Some of them might not.
You don't take the Dub RT?
No.
What about Toledo?
I could do it with Toledo. I could do it with Toledo.
Hell yeah. Hell
What is
yeah.
What is their college transportation called? The
I don't know.
Nothing.
They don't have a college bus.
I don't know.
College bus?
What do you mean?
like
Mary went to UT. Ask her.
That's why I was asking Mary, because at Akron we had the Roo. We would ride the Roo.
I'm sure
campus.
there was something. I mean, we
It's
were
the
the Rockets.
University of Toledo interchange.
It's probably like the Rocket Bus or something. I don't know.
There you go. The
blue
Mud Hen,
line.
the Mud Hen Express.
Just jump on the UTI. You'll be there in no time.
Dude, we used to ride the Roo all the time, drunk AF.
Yeah.
That was a good time. And our campus ain't even really that big. Like
The Rue, R-U-E?
R-O-O.
Like street? Oh, R-O-O.
Because it was Zippy the Kangaroo. That was our mascot.
And boy, that's a deep dive. And the rapid transit was called the Rue?
I think it may be the Roo Express, but we called it the Roo.
Ah.
But yeah.
So not like a deep and flavorful sauce like Mary had in New Orleans. Not that kind of Rue.
No.
Food down there was so good.
And you did some swamping too, didn't you?
Oh my God. We went on a fan boat tour, which I was so nervous about. Like, so nervous. Because I'm like, dude, you are in the friggin' swamp with these gators. Like, and Brian was so gung-ho about it. He's like, yeah, we gotta do it. And it was cool, dude. It was, first of all, beautiful. You don't think of a swamp as, like, really pretty, but it was, like, picturesque.
Speak for yourself, Mary.
I'm just saying. You think of swamps, you think of mucky, dirty, scary, like horror movie swamps. But it was, like, gorgeous.
It's like grasslands.
Yeah. And we were like, you're going through, and our guide's name was Shane, and he's just this hillbilly guy. He's going through.
Cajun.
Yeah.
I'd be so mad if I got on one of those and it wasn't a hillbilly guy.
Oh, yeah.
It was just some guy named Trent. He's like, hey, welcome to the fan boat. I'd be like, what? No, you're not driving this thing.
Yeah, the airboat.
He's trying to make conversation. He's like, I've been down here for about 18 months. I really like it.
Yeah, right. No, this guy was like, my family's full blood Cajun. I know I don't sound that Cajun. And like, you barely understand him. I'm like, dude, you sound pretty Cajun.
Because everybody down there sounds like him, so they don't notice it.
So there was at one point, they kind of drive you out and tell you just different facts about, the land where you are and the water and blah, blah. At one point, we're like going down this tight little channel, and he docks the boat, and 3 raccoons run up onto the boat. And they're like standing there, and they are so friggin' cute. And we're like, what is this? He goes, yeah, they think they're going to get a snack, blah, blah, blah. And then as we're paying attention to the raccoons, up on either side of the boat comes 2 gators. And they're just hanging out next to the boat. And we're like, dude,
How many people are on your boat?
4.
Okay,
Me and Brian and 2 other ladies.
Yep.
We booked the premium experience.
Where were they from?
Well, they went to school in New Orleans, and they were older. It was like their 25-year anniversary or something like that. So they were back in town and doing a swamp boat tour. So these 2 gators come up on either side, and he's like, yeah, the company has owned this portion of the swamp for years. So they're very used to the boats. And he goes, and they want their swamp crack like that. And we were like, what? And I guess they feed them marshmallows, and they call them swamp crack because the gators love them so much.
Big marshmallows or tiny ones?
The big ones, like the
s'more ones.
Yes, ones you would use on s'mores. And the gators knew. They knew exactly, like when the boat was still, they'd come straight, like within seconds of the boat being still, or like not docked, but like just kind of not, the fan not going. There were gators all around you. And we get to this one, and we're like, we drove past it. And we pointed out, we're like, oh my God, that thing is huge. This was probably like a 9.5, 10-foot gator. This thing was giant, okay? And Shane taught us that from the tip of the gator's nose to where their eyes are, however many inches that is correlates to how many foot the gator is. So if it's 6 inches from the gator's nose to his eyes, that's a 6-foot gator.
But you got to do that by sight.
Just kind of, eyeball it, right?
Yeah.
So this one is huge. Dude, I'm telling you, this thing's head was a foot long. It was giant. And so he gets closer and Shane does like a U-turn to take us back to this giant gator. And he starts telling us this story about how this is One-Eyed Willie. This gator has one eye. And he's like, yeah, this One-Eyed Willie, he got in a fight. And I go, was it with Chubbs? And nobody laughed at my
Happy Gilmore.
From Happy Gilmore.
joke, yeah. And that's a small pool. Brian was like, I thought it was funny, babe. Good job. But like we pull up and he tells us this story about how One-Eyed Willie is how they know they have gators hold a vendetta because he got in a fight with another gator. Gator took his eye. And then Willie waited it out until he healed for over a year and then went back and bit off the gator's leg and let him bleed out to death.
Imagine that. Why wouldn't he bleed? I wonder, yeah.
Don't know if it's
How do you lose an eye? And
Yeah, I don't know if it's a true story or not, but he's like, yeah, they definitely do that. So
those gators are on the payroll probably, right?
Dude, this friggin' hillbilly pulls a marshmallow out, puts it in the water with his hand in the water, knocking on the side of the boat, splashing the marshmallow around, and then the gator comes up, and I'll post a picture on my Instagram story. I sent it to you guys. This thing opens its mouth, and he just puts his hand in the mouth and drops the marshmallow in, and then starts petting this 9-foot gator's head. We're like it's a cat or a dog that he's giving a treat to. And he's like, yeah, good boy,
put on
really.
a show. It's like that's.
But that's crazy. This is an alligator.
He is. But again, if you go on a airboat tour of gators and you're with a guy that's like, I'm actually really scared of these alligators, that's not the guy you want to be with. You want to be with the guy that is petting the gator and treating it like it's a cat.
Dude, it was just insane to me. Like he's touching it on its head. At one point, One-Eyed Willie, he takes his snout and smashes it into the side of the boat. Mm-hmm. And Shane was like, oh, okay, he's not, he must be kind of having a bad day or whatever. And then he goes to pet him and he didn't snap, but jerked his head real fast. I'm like, this dude's about to lose an arm. Like this guy is about to get his whole arm bitten off by this. You
want the danger. You want the danger.
But how could it be part of the show? It's an alligator.
But that's the thing is Shane knows there's a chance that he could get his arm bit off. But he knows the game is make these city people think that nothing can scare him.
I don't know.
Well, but also, I mean, when you're living down there, I'm sure they know how far to push. I'm sure they know kind of what the local ecology is and all that. So, a guy like that, he's probably working with them all day long, right?
Well, they do 3
out there in the
tours.
swamps.
Yeah.
And these guys know what they're doing. I mean, that's their environment.
Yeah, he's
been doing his whole life.
That's what he said. He's like, I've been driving a boat. I was driving boats before I could ride a bike.
All his hands, all his fingers.
He had all his fingers and all his hands.
Yeah, so
all of it. He had all of his hands.
Mm-hmm.
But it was wild to see this guy just fully petting an alligator, and the alligator opens its mouth, and I'm like, do they ever jump up on the boat? And he goes, yeah, it's happened before. I'm like it's totally nothing to him.
I think that's his job.
I think any animal you're feeding on the regular is. We stopped at the Cincinnati Zoo on the way down to Louisville because my daughter wanted to see Fiona, who is the
hippo.
The hippo. That's right. And so we go, and we got there at just the right time where we're talking to one of the caretaker, whatever they're called, and I said, she goes, I'm getting ready to feed these hippos. She goes up there. She's putting the hippo is the deadliest animal on the planet. She's putting her arm in their mouth to feed them. They're coming up, opening their mouths because they know what side their bread is buttered, right? So she's like petting their tongue. And so it's probably, alligators obviously look more deadly, I guess, but hippos are more deadly.
Well, that's
but this guy knows, this guy knows what he's doing. There's still an element of danger, though.
That's a fact that he told us, that the
still a wild
animal that has more pressure per pound or pounds, whatever, of their jaw is a hippo.
Yeah.
That the second one is a gator. Those are the only
deadliest
two.
animal on the planet. Yep.
And but he was saying that they don't feed them meat because then the gators become aggressive and dependent. If you start feeding them stuff they actually eat, that you feed them marshmallows because gators don't have a pancreas. So their body
pacifies them a little bit.
Well, no, their body. He says it takes under a minute for their body to dissolve a marshmallow, and it doesn't affect them. The sugar doesn't affect them because they don't have a pancreas. So it's not like it's going to give them diabetes or anything like that.
So interesting.
I got the diabetic gators out here.
Seriously.
Yeah, but if he calls it swamp crack, I mean,
Because they know.
Yeah.
What are you saying, Cody?
I didn't realize that an animal could have a palate for like a marshmallow, especially like a gator. I didn't think they would like something like that.
Well, and that's
sugar, right?
That's what he was saying. He's like, it still tastes good. It's still sugar. You know, they're gonna like it, but it's not gonna hurt them. And he was saying that that's why they don't feed them though, because they can become super aggressive when they become dependent on food. And you pull up and stop the boat instead of them being super calm and coming up knowing they're going to get a little swamp crack treat. If they think you're going to have chicken and you don't have chicken, they can start to get really pissed. And this,
you've trained them.
This one,
they're not finding marshmallows in the wild,
right? Well, this one, One-Eyed Willie, even at one point, like I said, he like knocked his snout against the door, and then he like did a hiss noise, like how the gators do those hiss noises. And Shane pulled his foot up like he was gonna kick him in the head, and he like had his foot.
Man, get off!
He had his foot like over the side of the boat, and then he was like, "All right, we're gonna leave him alone for the rest of the day." I was like, "Dude,
One-Eyed Willie like the Goonies."
Insane.
But that's his whole life is just being around gators. So
Yeah, I know, but still.
Those gators making noises. Poundcake, what would that sound like? He's starting to deviate from the, He's broadening his palate now that he knows that this Breakfast Club gig is on his radar. Now he's broadening his palate.
But also when it's
When he
animals,
do it for me, he'll do it for Charlemagne.
With animals though, he's always had a different. Those are different sound effects, you know, the horse, the goat, and everything like that. So his gator,
horse is still
gator is
unparalleled.
like a sick Donald Duck.
Where's his wolf howl? And his wail? Oh, God. Carve my ears off my head. I forget about it every time. I forget it's going to be that bad. Hey, I've got to take a break. If you want to send me a text, 35192, I will have another $1,000 for you. Those keywords about 30 past every hour. So 4:30, another $1,000. After the break, I will have Cavs tickets for you. Want to go see the boys play the Golden State Warriors on the 5th. That's a week from Sunday at the Romo Fijo. So we'll hand those off coming back.
It's the Ellen Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Now, you can relive the greatest moments from our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming only on Hulu.
Lenny Kravitz kicks things off with his biggest hits.
Foo Fighters get the whole crowd singing along.
Travis Scott brings the heat with an explosive performance.
TLC pay a heartwarming tribute to Lisa Left Eye Lopez.
Kane Brown brings out surprise guest Khalid.
Kelly Clarkson lights up the arena with new music.
Jared Leto brings fans on stage for a 30 Seconds to Mars performance you'll have to see to believe.
Little Dirk and surprise guest J. Cole perform All My Life together for the first time.
Tim McGraw debuts his new song live.
Public Enemy brings the 90s hip-hop energy.
Fall Out Boy
Artist radio stations.
Commercial-free stations. It's free. I love iHeartRadio. Join the millions of music, radio, and podcast fans on the #1 streaming radio app now.
iHeartRadio.
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 Free never sounded so good.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. 'Cause I love you, Alan. And it's time to give stuff away.
All right, you want to go see your Cavaliers play the Golden State Warriors? Andre Iguodala has put in his walking papers. They'll be in town a week from Sunday, November 5th at the Romo Fijo. The season starts tomorrow night. The Cavs will begin on Wednesday in Brooklyn. Cavs.com for all the details, tickets, schedules, all that. Get you in here at the beginning of the season, okay? Next Sunday, the 5th. 2 tickets, Cavs Warriors. For caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
You know that part of your brain that regulates good decision making? Thanks for turning that one off and turning on the Alan Cox Show.
Sorry about all the cocks.
On 100.7
Sorry about all the cocks.
WMMS.
You can watch live if you like. You want to see the pictures fly through the air. I'll give you a reason to in a minute here. AlanCoxShow.com. Thanks again to Dillery Fipsipper, who's helping out remotely in the video department. I was reading about a girl who makes a lot of money selling pictures of her hairy armpits online. Our own Mary Santora has made a little bit of bank flashing her piggies for a variety of, a whole spectrum of creeps.
Cozies.
This girl from Worcester overseas, Fenella Fox, is 30. I'll show you a picture here if you're watching live.
Oh, hold on. I got to hook up the stupid thing.
Oh.
One second.
She said that she enjoys the financial independence. She makes about 10 grand a month, American. But the trolls and the people who give her such a hard time online make it far less enjoyable. Another person who's, she's just trying to make a couple of bucks here. Just trying to make some dollars.
All right.
Doing what she loves.
Go ahead, put it up there.
There we go.
Ooh.
There's her and her hairy pits. There's one picture of her. She's a pretty girl. There's Rack.
We getting this for free?
There's another picture of her. She said she's very body positive. Of course, she has 1 million followers. And she likes showing off her hairy pits.
There's dudes
Said
that are
she
into
was
it.
fed up with female beauty standards. But obviously, if you're a woman who puts herself out there in any capacity online, you'll get people who hate your guts. And she said that it's the trolls who have just made things terrible for her, that she has no less than post-traumatic stress disorder. If it's ongoing, you're not post.
Yeah, it's just stress disorder.
Yeah.
We're going to hit a point where they're going to regulate the internet so much that you can't be a troll anymore.
But you're also not going to be able to make any money anymore either.
Well, I mean, that's what they want. That's why they're trying to get rid of net neutrality and stuff like that, just more gatekeeping and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it's gonna happen. It's gonna be, I mean, that's kind of what they're leading to with all the states, like when Mary was in Virginia and you have to put in your ID to watch porn.
That's crazy.
You're right. But there's going to be, you're going to have like one profile that goes to all your profiles.
Yeah.
And it's going to be verified, and you're not going to be able to, and you're going to have to be yourself.
Who you are.
Yep.
She said, I travel a lot. One of the worst reactions to my job was someone telling me they would be hanged in their country. Well, that's nice.
Very sweet.
You're like,
That might
why
be reporting.
why are you looking at my pictures then?
Well, that's the thing. People love I mean, we deal with it from people that hate listening to this show.
Yeah.
Where they listen every single day, but they don't seem to enjoy it. The Alan Cox Show Reddit.
Yeah. Don't go on there.
Yeah, they hate
And I don't care if you
but I mean, that's
hate
just,
listen.
But
it's
that's
the listening part that I'm focused on.
That's how people exist now.
Yeah.
Is they've for a long time, but it's just ramped up so much because of social media where people will say something and they like being mean. I was talking to a girl last week and she was telling me that she likes to go and say mean things on celebrities' pages on their Instagram.
This is a person you know?
This is a girl that I was talking to a little bit, just like,
This was the get to know you phase?
Yes, the get to know you phase, and I didn't like that. I was like, oh, that's not very cool.
Right.
I'm like, that's kind of sad, actually.
How did she explain that?
She just was like, she thought it was funny.
Funny?
She thought it was funny to just go and say mean things to people. And I was just like, it's not, not my thing.
There is a way to be funny and do that, but it sounds like she's focusing on the mean and not the funny.
Right.
I see.
And I don't know why she thought I would react and be like,
oh, cool.
That's
love
awesome.
That.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, cool.
Did she give you any examples?
She did. What was it? It was, I'd have to scroll back through a lot of
Because
messages.
at this point, she's probably trying to impress you with her hilarious negative comments on a celebrity's page. Who, by the way, the celebrity never sees. Their social media manager sees it. They never see it.
She said something about Justin Timberlake not aging well. Some like mean thing about that. I was like, but he looks good. Like,
And how old is she?
42.
Oh, this is like,
Yeah.
okay.
Is she aging well?
Well, from what I can tell, she's cute, but is, I was just like, hey, not my thing.
Well, my thought is always that that's the sign of somebody who has too much free time, or they're bored, or they're maybe using their free time in a strange way.
I think more extreme examples aren't necessarily that you have too much free time. I think it's an anger thing where people have a lot of anger, and so they take it out on people. I think Mary and I get this a lot when people love to tell us that we're not funny on social media and then explain how our career is going poorly and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, bro, you're the one you're here. I didn't send this to you specifically. You are the one that keeps engaging on my content. Now I will bait you on because it pumps the video up in the algorithm, but it's not one of those things where I forced you to watch this.
They're playing right into your hands.
Yeah.
Are you a pansy, Alan?
And if they go too far, I just block them, but
eat that.
I don't like to.
You piece of crap.
I love that guy. Yeah, so this girl, listen, life's still pretty good. Raking in 10 grand a month for hairy armpit photos.
What would you rather have? Not having PTSD from people making fun of you, or 10 grand a month? Like, what do you...
I'd rather have the money.
You want the money?
Well, and I think that's the conclusion that she's come to, is she's kind of like, I've got a pretty good life. You make enough money and you can just shut it down. Sock it away for a while, take the slings and arrows.
Maybe that could be my
pretty cynical view, but I mean, that's kind of what it is. She said, I've been in the adult industry since I turned 18. So she's 30 now. Nobody know how many years that is. But she said that it would be silly to claim that my sex work didn't do any damage to me. Well, that is kind of your Faustian bargain, too, is you're like, well, for anybody watching the fall of the House of Usher.
I've seen that every time we log on.
Yeah, this kind of updated retelling of a series of Edgar Allan Poe thing, but it's kind of making a deal with the devil.
What is this Faustian bargain? Is that what basically just another way of saying deal with the devil?
Yeah.
It's not a Faucian bargain where you got to get a vax and then, you have a heart attack or whatever they say.
We avoid the jab.
Yeah. They love the
Keep your freedom muzzles away from me. Yeah, so, but she's making 10 grand a month.
Ugh.
Right? That's pretty good, right?
So much money.
Yeah.
Maybe I could do that as my new side hustle.
Do something.
I would say gays love armpits.
Do they?
Really?
Yeah.
More than feet?
Now, this may be
Well, tell me. This is a TMI zone, Poundcake. TMZ is tomorrow.
I've hooked up with guys, and they love two things. They love my chest, hairy or shaved, it doesn't matter. Just this chest area is always full of kisses and licks. And then
you had me and then you lost me.
And then they bury their face into my armpit. They love my
They like
pits.
they like the scent, or
They
like your musk,
or like the hair. Like I have hairy armpits, or like just they love. I don't know what it is. This chest area, this upper body area, is something serious for the guys. They love armpits. I can get on the armpit bandwagon. I'm not. I would.
He's got a hairy upper body. He's got a hooba. His hooba stank. But ain't a fupa, baby.
I would much rather. I can see why people have a pit fetish because there's some guys I'm like, oh wow, he looks really good with armpit hair. But like, I would never be a foot guy ever.
I want nothing to do with anybody's armpits. I mean, not to the point where you're laser focused on
I want them to go unnoticed.
It's so, yes, I want you to go right past them. It's so amazing to me, the people who, and listen, I'm not kink shaming. You do whatever you want to do if it makes you happy. But it is amazing to me, the people who are so laser focused on the parts of the body that have nothing to do, like.
That's what I love about
P and V. Man, that's those are the best parts.
It's more than that, though.
Those are the best parts. People are like, I like the back of the knee. Nobody wakes up and goes, man, that's my thing. Back of the knee.
Some people got that.
That actually helps me, though, because I'm not just attracted to the D, like, or the B. Like, I love every part of a man, and that's how
you're not putting your face in their pits.
If I found one that I liked, yeah, I would put my face in their pit.
What about the back of their knee?
I mean, I don't want just like
their weenus.
Disembodied vagina, but like
disembodied,
right? Well, he's like, of course, I like the whole package to come together in a way.
I like a thick thigh,
a thick thigh,
a big meaty thigh. I love that.
All right. You ever go right for the weenus?
I haven't. No.
You know where it is?
Back of the knee.
Nope.
I mean, kind of, but it's elbow.
Right? Yeah. I'm a big belly button fan.
You're what?
A belly button fan.
Oh God, it's got stuff in there.
No, not if you clean
I
it.
put stuff in there.
Yeah, most people don't. Most people aren't cleaning it. He's putting his own stuff in there. His own little shot glass.
The old Clifton cream pie.
Oh, thank you.
So gross. I don't.
Oh, you just made a mess.
I don't sniff Brian's armpits, but there's a spot like right in his. He gets really sweaty at night, and like in his neck in the morning is my favorite scent on him. So it's not like my neck is buried into his armpit, but there's like a spot on his body where I'm like, this kind of smells a little bit like your cologne still, but a little bit like a man sweat. And that's a spot I really like. And I call it the stink. And I'll be like, come here, give me, I want to get in on that stink. So I could kind of see where people are coming
now
from.
That is gay.
That's not gay.
That's gay.
But that's where I feel like.
Why is that gay?
Wait,
it's gross, but.
It's not gross. It's where he puts
you like it. It's
his cologne, but he also smells kind of sweaty. And then it's like natural pheromones
Does he
mixed.
put on cologne before he goes to garbage pick or whatever?
He doesn't garbage pick for a living.
He's just running around.
Does he spray the bags with
picking
cologne?
up garbage,
He does. He picks up recycling from inside a truck legally.
You said he gets out from time to time.
Well, he does, but it's not a hobby that a garbage picker would go do.
He's just jumping in.
No, but he'll
hanging out.
He
A lot
showers
of them
after
don't think
work.
it's a hobby either. They think it's a good way to make money.
So he comes home, takes a shower, and then so when he wakes up in the morning and he's got kind of like a sweaty smell to him. I don't know.
Okay, all right.
But I'm saying I can see what Cody's talking about. I've never been in someone's armpit, but if you like the scent, or I'm a firm believer in being attracted to someone's pheromones, that you can be like attracted to them on a chemical level.
Yes, I'm into
if
that
anybody
too.
had ever brought up chemistry.
But that's that might be how you are primally attracted to them.
I love people's
Yeah, that's
vibrations.
what I mean.
Nothing's better than somebody coming at you when they're freshly scrubbed and showered and, oh, man, and I got the run of the place.
Yes,
Because you're
I
not going to be
agree.
like, oh, I feel gross. I just got out of the shower.
Yes.
Like, let me run the table, baby.
I've been with some guys that do not care. And I'm not one of those people, like, if you're going to mess around back there, I want to be clean. They're like, oh, no, this is my thing. This is my kink. I'm like, you don't want me to shower? They're like, no, I don't want you to shower.
That's
like,
what gays do. Munch butts and celebrate Halloween.
I've gotten back from
The gym.
yeah.
I've had guys that are like that.
And they're like, I want to smell everything, I want to
Yes.
taste everything. I'm like,
Yes.
that's literally their thing. I was like, that's not me. You're not going to kiss me afterwards.
I'm going to
but
tell you.
who am I?
The
I've
grossest
got to
sentence.
give away some money here.
I
It's
gotta give you a gross
$1,000
sentence.
courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Now, I can't believe I'm saying this, but go ahead
There was a guy that I was seeing for a short amount of time. We only hooked up like twice. This is years ago. He would always want to hook up right after I had gotten done working out, whether it's from the gym or doing yoga or whatever.
Is that why you guys only hooked up twice?
Yeah, because I quit working out. This is the only 2 times in 8 years that I've worked out.
He's like, hey, how come we never have sex anymore? She's like, "Yeah, I'm going to the gym."
The sentence that he said that made me stop talking to him because it was so gross is that he said, "I like it sour," was the word that he used. That was the word that he used. Because I was like, I've never been with a guy who's
my
like,
ladies like I like my chips.
Whoa, sour?
Sour cream.
But yeah, like, because I was like, I mean, I'm not super comfortable being like just out of the gym, sweaty and gross, haven't showered, and he's like, "Oh, I like it."
Honey,
sour.
I love it when you smell like you're spoiling right in front of me. Like I have, if you were in a refrigerator, I would throw you out.
That is putrid.
I'm going to change the subject now.
Thank you.
Very gross. And I was like, I can't do this. Like, hey, amen to you. You're into your own thing, but I am not comfortable with this type of intimacy.
Listen, a dog is supposed to sniff my balls, all right? That's how they process the information. But everybody else, I don't mind telling you, I'll pull back the curtain. I'm not a big fan of when listeners come up to me in public and sniff my balls.
Really?
Yes, I find it intrusive.
He's playing hard
and
to get.
I
Get up in
find
there.
it I find it very presumptuous. So, okay. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of sour fans out there.
Yeah.
But
I like it sour.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know. It's just so.
Did you keep a straight face when he said that?
That was over text message. And that's when I was like, man, I'm not.
See, that's the type of stuff
I am not comfortable with this.
That's the type of text that lives forever in my phone.
Yes.
Like I screenshot that, I send it to everybody. I'm like, I sent a text to my friends in the group chat over the weekend, and I'm like, I'm so sick of these gays making everything so casual because.
Is he a craft beer guy? Because that would make sense.
No, I made it into a little. I made it into a little poem.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you guys.
Yay! You made a poem?
I made a poem with it. I'll send it to you in the group chat.
Can't wait for your poem.
Why can't you say it?
Is it in iambic pentameter?
It's funnier in the poem.
Why didn't you tell me?
No, it's hilarious here.
That you were gay.
I've got to take a break. If you'd like to send me a text or whatever, 35192 to get me there. AlanCoxShow.com to watch live or anything else. And you can listen live anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Peter, you say you would rather fight a 300-pound panda bear than a 30-pound koala bear. That doesn't make sense. Why?
They let out this growl like I've never heard before. And they got teeth and they have claws. I'm telling you, don't mess with those. Can you take any of these on, Rover?
No.
That's the thing. What's the smallest animal you could take? Can you beat a turtle in a fight?
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Check out the all-new Mazda of Kent, MazdaKent.com.
Hey, it's Alan. The process of buying new furniture can be a real headache. But buying furniture from Northeast Factory Direct is the exact opposite experience. Hundreds of people will attest to that in their reviews online. Liz D. bought stuff from Northeast Factory Direct on multiple occasions. They offer that white glove delivery, too. Not only dropping it off, bringing it in, setting it up, everything done carefully and professionally at prices that you cannot beat. So everything from sofas to dining room tables and everything in between. You're going to save a ton and love what you get at Northeast Factory Direct. There's 4 locations throughout Northeast Ohio, including the new one in North Canton. And online anytime, northeastfactorydirect.com.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need.
Get what you need at Kia of Bedford. Lease a new 2024 Seltos S front-wheel drive for just $219 a month for 24 months. KOB wants to get you financed. Go to KiaofBedford.com to get pre-approved in seconds with no impact on your credit score. Go now to the Bedford Auto Mile or KiaofBedford.com. Get what you need at KOB. Lease through KMF for well-qualified leasees for the full credit. 10 pay miles per year. 34.90 day signing plus taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Offer ends 10/31.
At Bank of America, we asked our employees what they wanted most. I want to work where everyone is welcome.
To have benefits that take good care of my family.
To move forward in my career. We listened and did all that and more. It's why we're proud to be Just Capital's #1 top company to work for. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Just Capital used annual rankings that track performance across the 5 worker-related issues evaluated. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC, equal credit opportunity lender.
Sponsored by carsforkids.org, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car could be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today or donate online at carsforkids.org. Remember, cars with a K.
Spectrum Business is made to work the way small business works. Made to rise and grind. Made to start small, but think big. Made to do this and that all at once. And made to do it all with fast, easy-to-use, ultra-reliable internet, phone, and mobile services. Working together to connect every aspect of your business. Because when you're made to work this hard, you need a seamless network made to work even harder. Spectrum Business, made to work. Learn more at spectrum.com/work.
When we face personal medical decisions, we turn to our doctors, our family, and our faith. And the last thing we want in Ohio is government making those decisions for us, especially when it comes to abortion. That's why Issue 1 is so important, and it's why Reverend Tim Ahrens is voting yes.
As a pastor, I've counseled families on the most important personal decisions, even abortion. Abortion is a private family decision. Government needs to stay out of family decision-making.
Voting yes on Issue 1 ends Ohio's government-mandated abortion ban once and for all. An extreme ban with no exceptions for rape or incest. And Issue 1 protects access to birth control and emergency care for miscarriages.
That's what Issue 1 is all about. It gives families the freedom to make their own decisions without judgment and without the government getting involved. Vote yes on 1.
Paid for by Ohioans United for Reproductive Rights.
With Wrangler Riggs Workwear, you'll be ready for any job, any project, anything the day throws at you. Suit up in our industrial work shirts, heavy-duty work pants, and jeans that are made to handle the toughest conditions. Built with triple needle stitching and off-the-shelf comfort, all backed by our limited lifetime warranty. Be ready for anything in gear that works as hard as you do. Wrangler Riggs Workwear. The full terms of the limited lifetime warranty are available at Wrangler.com.
When my daughter gets a cold, I have a secret weapon. Dayquil Kids Berry from Vicks. Dayquil Kids is specially formulated to treat kids' most bothersome cold and cough symptoms quickly. And the best part is that Dayquil Kids Berry tastes really great. Aren't you supposed to be resting? Maybe.
Dayquil Kids Berry. The kids' berrylicious daytime congestion, coughing, stuffy head, stuffy nose, just for kids. Medicine. Safe for kids 6 years plus.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey y'all, this is Ronte, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich is the pimento cheese. I was like, go cheese, go pimento, go honey, go get it.
Hi, this is Chantrice, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich is the mild spiciness of the pickled jalapenos. No, it's the crispy chicken. Actually, I can't decide. It's the entire sandwich.
Order the honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited time. Real Chick-fil-A guests paid for their testimonials.
This is your Monday Sports Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks.
Week 7 of the NFL wraps up tonight with Monday Night Football. The 5-1 San Francisco 49ers in Minnesota to take on the 2-4 Vikings. No Deebo Samuel. The 49ers wideout is out with the shoulder injury. Christian McCaffrey will play despite the sore oblique. Kyle Shanahan's team is a 7-point road favorite. Over-under is 43.5 points. Brock Purdy, total yards passing for the 49ers, over-under 238.5. Kirk Cousins touchdown passes, over-under 1.5. Christian McCaffrey, rushing and receiving yards combined tonight, over-under 92.5 yards. It's Monday Night Football. Signature bets, single game parlays, build your own parlays. Lots of ways to take action.
BetMGM is the king of sportsbooks. Download the app today and use code MINUTE. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to have fun and play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Traffic.
From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if an auto accident caused you injury, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK-OHIO. An accident's been moved off to the right shoulder with police 271 North before Cedar Brainerd. A crash reported East 55 at Central. A medical emergency East 21st and Payne. Heavy traffic on 480 West between Great Northern Boulevard and Stearns Road through the construction zone. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Medical Mutual.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
He's a Satanist where they sacrifice babies and melt those babies into candles.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Great song from Stone Temple Pilots called The Sour Girl. This would have been, I think this was the penultimate Stone Temple Pilots album. This was called number 4.
Oh, was that?
And then they did one more with Scott Weiland before they broke up and he died, right? Because he went to Velvet Revolver after that, I think. But underrated album from STP called Number 4. It was kind of a return to their original. I was listening to Core in the car yesterday, the debut album from them. And it was just such a banger back in the day. But Number 4 came out. It'll be 24 years old in a couple of days.
Purple is one of the first albums that we had on CD in my family. And
great album.
It is a great album. And we played that thing to death.
Sure.
Because we had like 3 CDs, so.
Hey, Drunk Sue.
Hey, baby.
Please tell me you're not calling to throw in on the sour armpit conversation.
Oh, God, no.
Oh, okay, thank you. I don't know if I could handle that coming from you, with all due respect.
No, I don't think I could handle it coming from me.
Drunk Sue knows her limitations. That is, that's the mark of a truly evolved individual.
Yeah, that's one of them. I don't have hairy armpits.
How was your weekend, Sue?
Oh, it was great.
Yeah, what was on the docket?
Oh man, made a show up down there, Minerva.
Somebody made you show up in Minerva?
No, nobody made me make sure I showed up.
Oh, okay. I thought you said that.
There was a Pink Floyd tribute band down there.
All right. And what were they called?
And as it turns out, they're major fans of you.
I'm sorry?
They're major fans of you.
Well, that's appreciated. How was the band? Yeah.
Oh, they were incredible, dude. I kid you not.
Okay.
Yeah, they were awesome.
What were they called?
Floyd Live.
Floyd Live?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, listen, there's no shortage of Pink Floyd tribute bands. You got Brit Floyd and Rink Floyd. That's the band that only plays at hockey arenas.
Brit Floyd.
Yep,
I haven't heard that.
Okay. Floyd Live.
I saw one. Mary, wasn't when we saw it, House of Blues a million years ago.
Wish You Were Here.
Yeah.
Wish You Were Here. There you go.
Yeah.
And so you
great.
Okay, and you went all the way to Minerva to see them.
Yes, I did.
Were they friends of yours? That why you made the trip?
No, I didn't even know them. when I got down there, they found out because Lisa, I went with Lisa, my best friend.
Yeah.
And she had bought tickets because she had seen them in Akron somewhere, or Canal Fulton or someplace like that.
Yeah.
And so she wanted to go again. And I'm like, well, I never get to go. You know what I mean? Kind of pouty.
Okay, so it was kind of, you called an audible because, I mean, Minerva's a little bit of a haul from Canton, yeah?
Yeah, not that much. Not that much.
Yeah.
It's closer than Cleveland is, you know?
Yeah.
You can
Okay.
get on 43.
I was out last week. Did you call in about the comedy show that you came to, Sue?
Oh, Mary. Oh, you were fantastic, baby girl.
Drunk Sue came to my show last weekend down in Canton at the Patina Arts Center.
All right.
Yes. And her and Bob sat front row. And I was told by the other comics that Drunk Sue was walking around introducing herself to audience members as Drunk Sue.
Yeah.
And she and Bob did not disappoint. They sat just directly in front. They interacted with every comic. They shared their pieces of mind. We had a good time. Drunk Sue,
Yes, we did.
At one point, she stood up and got a bigger applause break than I got at any point in my set.
And see, this is what I was asking Drunk Sue, as I said before the show. I said, are you going to go to this show and make it about you? And she said, no, we're going to see Mary. And sure enough,
No,
that's what it was. Drunk Sue wanted the attention.
It wasn't
being
the whole-
associated with the show.
Mary called me out. She said, Drunk Sue's here. And I just stood up and waved, and everybody went, yay!
Yeah, it wasn't the whole time, but
You were talking to the comics when they were on stage,
yes.
Sue.
Yes, you talked to comics that weren't me.
Right. That's poor form at a performance.
She was not drinking her Four Locos. I think she was just drinking regular Budweiser.
Were you yelling at Floyd live the whole time they were playing?
Oh my gosh, they were so good.
Have you seen Poundcake's band Twink, Floyd?
No.
Oh, they're all skeleton-faced white boys. Oh, dreams.
Oh my goodness, that sounds.
Talking about wish you were
terrifying.
here. Hey-oh.
Wish you were here.
Yay! Right time of the year for that, right?
Indeed. Okay, so but everybody had fun. Mary's being very diplomatic with you, but
She was a good time. She was. She had some one-liners. She got a zinger in on me. I asked her. She had come back from the bathroom, and I acknowledged it because she had to walk in front of the stage to sit down in her chair. I was like, "Oh, there's Drunk Sue." She just got back from the bathroom, and she turned around. I was like, "Hey, everybody, I'm Drunk Sue," and then I asked her, I was like, how long did it take you to get here? And she goes, I just had to go down the stairs and like around the corner. I was like, not from the bathroom, you bitch.
That's a good response. See, and she didn't even mean to do that. She thought you meant from the bathroom.
She zinged it so fast. I was like, you ass. You got me on that one. Yeah. She said she only lived like a half mile from there or something.
About that. Yeah, that was funny.
That's crazy that you forgot about that.
Yeah, her and Bob were yucking it up. Bob is I don't know why I pictured Bob as like a chubby old man, but he is a thin fella with a beard and glasses.
Yeah, he and Drunk Sue are on that same diet.
Yeah.
It's 4 Locos and eggs.
Yeah. But it's great to see you guys. Thanks for coming.
Oh, man, it was great to be there too, baby girl.
Yeah, we had fun.
All right. Thank you, Sue.
All right. Then shout out for Jake and them down in Tabitha and then down in, I guess I live in the southwest end of Canton here, but not too far from me.
Okay.
So God bless them. I had a really good time.
Okay, good. Thank you, Sue.
All right. Love you guys.
Love you too. Drunk Sue. I don't know what the hell she's talking about, but okay. She was, I knew that was going to happen. And I know that you were going to be like, hey, there's Drunk Sue. It'd be nice.
Yeah, well.
But you knew she was going to be yelling at the comics.
She wasn't. It was the type of heckling that isn't like.
Heckling. There's not supposed to be a type of heckling from Drunk Sue.
There's a
at your show.
type of heckling in comedy that I don't think is meant to be problematic. She was like having a good time and agreeing. So they would say something and she'd be like, oh my God, I do that. Like, so she was like laughing.
That's not helping.
I know. It wasn't helping, but like loudly agreeing or being like, Bob, that's so you. You
But
know,
that
like
is,
that
yeah,
kind
because
of
that
thing.
is them being like, I'm part of the show now, so it's a little aggravating, but people do it, and there's levels of it for sure. And if it's quick and over with, then it's not a problem. I got heckled during my merch plug at the show I did in Wadsworth, the Great Oaks Tavern in Wadsworth. Great place, by the way. Very cool staff, very fun show. And I was doing like my posters and talking about my special coming up December 22nd, 2 months away. And I started to go into my final bit, and this guy goes, "Hey, what about the Alan Cox Show? You got to tell people to listen to the Alan Cox Show." And I was like, that's a great point. So thank you, Andy, for reminding me.
Well, why would you do that at your stand-up show?
Cross promotion, brother.
Cross promotion.
Well, no, but I'm just saying it's not gonna make me mad if you don't do it at your show.
Well, I didn't think it would, but I was but I thought it was just the funny thing. I was like, hey, you got to tell these people to listen to the Alan Cox Show. You're right on the Alan Cox Show. So I was like,
I'll send this guy an edible arrangement.
Yeah.
There you go.
So thank you, Andy.
Definitely hit the remote button more than women, wouldn't you?
Really? That is so true.
Yeah. Men don't care what's on TV. Men only care what else is on TV.
Right on.
Yeah. Women really want to see what the show is before they change the channel.
That is so true. Yes.
That's why men hunt and women nest. Anyway, all right. So anyway, what was I talking about?
I love that.
I did a show.
Hippo puppets. You hear some villains in movies.
What's the deal? What was going on there? I invite you down here. I have an important show, and she heckles me.
Look, she didn't mean anything.
Well, what is the matter with her? Is she crazy?
She's just being enthusiastic, that's all.
Hey, what is wrong with you?
Me? Nothing's wrong with me.
You boo me? You hiss? You didn't stop blathering throughout the whole set?
Oh, come on. I thought you're a pro. That's part of the show.
No, not part of the show.
Not part of the show.
Joe, you boo puppets. You miss villains in silent movies.
Look, that's the way I express myself. How are you going to make it in this business if you can't take it?
Oh, I can take it.
Oh, God. See, back in the 90s, everybody else in there looking at her quietly. What's up with this chick? Because you didn't yell at the performer. Now, I'll tell you what. People have spent so much time at home, they think everywhere they go now is their living room.
But I've been doing comedy for 20 years. There's just always that person at a show.
Always?
Not always, but like there's always been those kinds of people.
Right, but everyone else looks at them like they're insane.
Yeah,
and now
I'm sure
there's
people are looking,
more of those people.
I'm sure people were looking at Sue like, okay.
Were they, Mary?
Well, what was funny to me is that the majority of the people there were Alan Cox Show listeners.
Yeah.
So the majority of people knew who she was and it was very endeared by it.
She's among friends.
Right. There was a small percentage of people who were not listeners of the show, who were there to see other comics, or they are like supporters of the arts in Canton, who were like, what the hell is going on? Why is this lady getting applause breaks? Why is she calling herself Drunk Sue? So there was a certain amount of confusion, I guess, amongst the 2% of people who weren't familiar with the show.
And the Drunk Sues are an anomaly. Like if you're just at like a comedy show where it's not like our fans or whatever, you're going to some. I did the apartment show that they do at Mayhall's on Saturday night, and there was a girl that was chiming in on everything, and like I said something, and she goes, well, I don't like you, and I'm like, oh, but we all love you, and that finally got her to shut the hell up, because everybody just started, because she was just making it so weird in the room, because she was doing the I gotta give my commentary on every joke.
I've neglected to tell Drunk Sue, though, Pink Floyd Mayweather is playing down there, too. So check them out.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Hey, Eric.
I wish I could read.
Eric.
What's up, Alan?
Hello.
Hey,
what's going on?
What's up? Hey, I was actually at that show in Canton that you guys are talking about. And, yes, Drunk Sue, she almost stole the show. I thought she was going to steal it for a minute. But Mary got it quickly back on track. She did a great job.
Thanks, Eric.
You thought she was going to... You thought by steal the show, you mean derail it entirely.
Okay, correct. I knew Mary would get it back on track, but for a moment there, I was like, oh, man, this is going south big time. But no, Mary did a great job. I definitely want to go see her again. But, no, hate the show.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, my God!
Thank you, Eric.
Listen to that horn! Oh my God! Oh, she's beautiful.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a good time. The next night, I was in Twinsburg. So this was last weekend. And again, 95% Alan Cox Show fans. And this one woman was so happy to be there. And she was doing that same type of heckling where she was like agreeing and everything. And she must have shouted every time I paused between jokes. She was shouting things like, I love you, or I love the Ellen Cox Show, or I listen every day. Like every single pause was filled by her shouting supportive things. So it was an awkward situation because she was like, I'd be in between jokes and she'd be like, I love the show. I listen to it every day on my way to work. You're a superstar. And I'm like,
I mean, on the one hand, like it's sweet.
It is sweet.
But that is not.
Well,
that is not this. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like this is a separate thing. And I know people go, well, that might be the only time, you know, I can't come out to Jumbo Frank's on a Wednesday afternoon to see you guys.
Don't spoil it for everybody else.
But we're not at stadiums.
Yeah.
You can talk to us after the show.
Yeah.
Like it's not like the
You're not
only
getting choppered out at the end.
Right. The only chance to we're selling merch, we're doing pictures, we're there after the show to do like a meet and greet.
Yeah.
So you can tell us all that stuff when the show's over. You don't have, because I know who that woman is too.
Yes.
And she's done similar things to me. And she's a sweet lady. But you got to just wait till the show's over. And then you can tell us how fantastic we are.
Well, and I addressed it a couple times where I played along at first and I was, just like small jabs where I was like, oh, you don't get out much, do you? Or like, this is your first time out since the pandemic, whatever. Just throwing little lines at her. But she was getting increasingly drunk and increasingly emotional. So then her heckles would get like, I love you so much. You're such an inspiration. And like her voice would crack or whatever. I made a joke.
My dad's dead too.
Right. Well, I always do when Bill talks about like mentioning the Alan Cox Show. When I do local shows and I know it's a lot of listeners, I always make the joke like, hey, come up to the merch table after, but I don't care what you think about the other people on the show. Because inevitably someone's going to come up to me, and I made the joke about you, Cody, actually, where I was like, don't come up to me and be like, you know what? I hate it when Poundcake, I don't care. Everyone hates Poundcake. I said that. I was just like joking around. And each show it's one of you. Everyone hates Bill. Everyone hates Alan. Everyone hates me, whatever. And the same lady who was yelling the emotional stuff, she got offended on your behalf, Cody. She just goes, I don't understand that because I love Poundcake. Like that. And I was like, ma'am, it was just a joke.
Well, then go to his stand-up show and tell him that.
But she got talked to several times and then ended up crying and leaving because she was so upset. Like, I was just being nice. I was just being supportive. And we were also like, yeah, but you can't do it like that. You
can't vocalize it through the whole show because there's other people that pay to hear the show. And they don't want, it's not, just a dialogue between you and Mary. You got to let everybody enjoy the show.
I'm always curious.
I don't know how people don't know how to read the room.
Well,
they're drunk.
They're drunk, yes. There are a lot of people who don't know how to read a room. But that's like a general social thing. That I kind of understand. There's a lot of variables. If you are going to a show, like, that's a separate thing. That's not walking into a party and not sure who to talk to first. Honey, I don't know anybody here. What am I going to do? We'll go to the bar, make a drink, whatever. You're going to a show that, like, you bought a ticket for.
Right.
Yeah,
it's always a fun.
It's not a podcast Q&A.
Well,
we just yell out questions or whatever.
That's one of the things why I'm having Mary be the opener for my show at the Agora.
So everyone can tell me how much they love me before you go on.
I mean, that's fine, but I know when we do these things, we like someone that knows how to get the crowd in order and be like, hey, we want you to laugh and shut up, and that's it. Like, and you do a very good job at that. So you're the perfect person to go up there and like get them in the stand-up mindset versus, just have fun and yell out whatever you want. Because Bert Kreischer, when he was trying to film his special here a few years ago, the first show got wrecked because people were too drunk yelling stuff out.
Yeah, that's tough too. And when like everybody knows so many arcane things about you and your life and whatever, people are just yelling stuff out at you.
Well, and
he's like, I'm trying to do a special here.
Guys, we're like, do you see all these cameras?
Yeah.
Right.
There's a lot of money right now.
My shirt is off.
the guys that were just here from Workaholics. This is Important podcast.
Yeah.
There were people on Reddit talking about seeing them in Cleveland because the Cleveland episode just aired, and people were like, oh, those people in Cleveland are so annoying. And everybody that was at the show was like, it wasn't everybody. There was like 4 dudes that wouldn't shut up.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we were in like the second row, and it was great. I mean, I don't remember people like yelling out, but they're not constantly anyway.
Yeah.
But again, that's also like a podcast recording is different than a stand-up show. I mean, you guys might not realize this. It is all pre-prepared, right? Like they know what they're going to say, and they want to perform what they've written. Bert Kreischer, great example. Like you said, when the shirt comes off,
it's go time.
Your mouth is closed.
Time to be quiet, yeah.
It's time to be quiet.
Shirt off, mouth closed.
Mouth closed. Yeah. Your contribution is laughter.
But
people
again,
are excited and they want to,
they're having fun.
Yeah.
But we appreciate y'all coming out and just having a good time.
Of course.
That show that I did in Wadsworth was one of the best shows I've had. And like I've had great shows. But
when was that?
That was Saturday in Wadsworth, and it was just a fantastic crowd. They were just on it. I was doing basically what I'm going to do for the special recording, and everything just hit exactly how I wanted. I was
awesome, man.
Thrilled about that.
By the way, I got to make myself a note, or Cody, do it for me. Next time Dr. Ryan Berglund is here, make sure to ask him what a Wadsworth. Okay. Thank you, pal.
Gross.
That's going to reflect very well on you, by the way, when you join the Breakfast Club.
I mean, yours has got to be up there, even though you took the bullets out of the gun.
Who, me?
Yeah, because you got that super sperm.
Yeah, I know.
No, the super sperm dies with the vasectomy. It's not super anymore.
You can always get it reversed.
Ellen Cox, super sperm.
If he falls on hard times after Poundcake leaves the show, everything falls apart.
Hard times.
And then you got to start.
How will I ever get along?
Hawking loads to make ends meet.
He's going to get on OnlyFans. Wouldn't that be something?
Take this, hairy armpit lady.
That's when Ellen finally starts selling nudes, is when you're off the show, Cody, and you don't get to see him.
That's right. I'll be all over OnlyFans.
Yeah, he's going to have that New York City money, though, so he's going to be able to subscribe. Yeah.
I would support it. For the love of Cox.com or something like that.
Patent pending, trademarked.
AC crumb catcher, but something that rhymes.
Wait, what?
I ain't catching it. I'm selling it.
You know what it is.
By the way, thank you to whoever sent me this guy, because I always get on the tear with the Pittsburgh accent, and we got into something last week. I was like, oh no, whatever. Somebody sent me this high school football referee in Pittsburgh, and it's glorious.
Oh my God!
10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Result of the play will be a first down. Who played first down? 15 yards from the end of the run. First down. Personal foul. Defense, number 58. 15 yards from the end of the run. Result, first down. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
Love that guy.
First down.
Oh, because we got onto the Pittsburgh episode of Cops.
Yeah.
Somebody sent, one of the Pittsburgh bureau chiefs sent me that. I was like, hey, have you ever seen this? I was like, yeah, I saw it.
Get
It's
down
like,
from there, Charles.
yeah, Charles, get down. 30 years ago, but yeah, it's still good. And the accents are such a warm blanket. Somebody also sent me, there was a shooting in a grocery store in Chicago, and they sent me the clip of the cop who was talking to the reporter afterwards.
We cautiously, approached and entered immediately based on the information that we had, and we believed at that time we did have a shooter inside of the building. As soon as we saw people, those we could were in the front of the store, we immediately evacuated them outside of the store and then continued inward to attempt to locate an offender. And that's when we located the victim in the back of the store.
Big at a store. Again, it's not that bears. It's not super thick, but it's just,
there, yeah.
It's like a warm mug of tea for my soul. Hear those Chicago cops. So we entered the place and we found him in the back. Yeah, we don't know where he is, but yeah, guy in like what is, it's called Mariano's. It used to be called Dominic's. It's like the primary Chicagoland grocery store chain. It's like Giant Eagle around here. A guy walks in, shoots his girlfriend in the middle of the grocery store.
Which
and
happened to Giant Eagle?
He takes off. What's that?
Remember that happened to Giant Eagle not that long ago.
Yeah. Right in the produce section, probably. I got to take a break here. You want to go to that Machine Head show. If you're down with the metal, They're on the road with Fear Factory. And so I'll have tickets for you for that all week. So if you want to go see Machine Head, Fear Factory, a couple other bands on there too, it is February the 2nd, beginning of the year, out at MGM Northfield Park. So I'll have those for you after the break. And then another $1,000. Listen for each and every one of those keywords. A grand coming around 5:30, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie.
Now you can relive the greatest moments from our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming only on Hulu.
Lenny Kravitz kicks things off with his biggest hits.
Foo Fighters get the whole crowd singing along.
Travis Scott brings the heat with an explosive performance.
TLC pay a heartwarming tribute to Lisa Left Eye Lopez.
Kane Brown brings out surprise guest Khalid.
Kelly Clarkson
accessories. In-store only. Offer ends 10/28. Now is the time to save at Staples.
If you really want to know what's going on in this country ahead of the 2024 election, you've got to get away from the extremes and listen to the middle.
Hi, Jeremy. My name is Jeff. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio.
The Middle with Jeremy Hobson is a podcast focused on Americans who have a huge say in who's in power and what gets done.
Jan here in Kansas City, Missouri.
Americans in the middle.
My name is Venkat. I'm calling you from Atlanta, Georgia.
We're live and taking your calls every week. Listen to The Middle with Jeremy Hobson on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're a fan of metal, Machine Head is back on the road. Rob Flynn and company, they're bringing Fear Factory out with them, along with Orbit Culture and Gates to Hell. All 4 bands. Friday night, February the 2nd at MGM Northfield Park. Tickets are on sale. You can go to Ticketmaster.com for the details on the show. But I will give you a pair here. All right, 2 for Machine Head, Fear Factory and company. Call 10-216-578-1007. or 800-348-1007.
We now return to something barely worth your time. Already in progress.
The whole thing is f***ing pointless.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Yeah, that'd be a good show. We're laser focusing on Halloween this Saturday night, by the way, for our metal show, 2 hours to midnight. I had a lot of people stopping me at the Kiss show last night, telling me how much they enjoy 2 hours to midnight. So thank you if you did that, because I'm always, I don't know what's resonating with people, so I'm always happy when somebody will come up and tell me that they dig what we're doing. It's me, it's Corey Roddick, it is Pat Butler. All 3 of us on Saturday nights doing just 120 minutes of metal, because that should be on the Buzzard. And so it is. After years of me hectoring management, they finally gave in. Said, fine, do it. Just shut up about it. I said, okay, good. That's all I want.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Cavaliers, the NBA season begins tomorrow night. Cavs will not play until Wednesday. They'll be in Brooklyn to play the Nets. And then here at home on Friday, the home opener against the Oklahoma City Thunder. We might be live at the Romo Fijo on Friday. Don't know. That is not yet carved into stone.
Hey, Alan, this is Becky from Wayne County. I was at the show last night, and I think you left before Kiss had everyone stand up and say the national anthem, because patriotism is awesome. Love me.
Oh,
just love
love me. Thank you.
Got cut off right out of time.
Yeah, we did. Oh, we left. My son and I left probably an hour and change in, but I hadn't heard about that. They had everybody stand up and sing the national anthem.
Apparently.
All right. Well,
because America.
There you go. Well, listen, it's Kiss's final go round. You know, they've never had a problem with pandering, and it's not like you're going to get pushback from everybody's having fun. Right? Had I been there during that, I would have joined everybody else. Whatever.
You wouldn't have taken a knee.
Taken a knee? No, I don't know. Oh, I've got a clip from last night.
Proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam.
Sounds just like Gene Simmons.
Stripes and bright stars were so gallantly there, as the rockets were there, and the twilight's last gleaming, and the rockets' red glare were so gallantly there. Burst stripes were all there, and the rockets were there.
I mentioned my son was here in town last night to go with me to the Kiss show, but Saturday night, my daughter, who also goes to Michigan State University, was at the football game. The Michigan State University football game where the Spartans got bent over again. It was like 48-0 or something.
And that
they didn't
wasn't
even
the
put
worst thing.
They didn't even put anything on the board.
Well, they put one thing on the board.
Pre-game, people were gobsmacked to see Adolf Hitler show. Boy, Michigan State just cannot get out of its own way. They just fired their football coach in the middle of a 10-year contract because he was whacking off on the phone to some business person that he had dealings with, something. And then before the game on Saturday night, they were running trivia on the screen. And one of those trivia questions involved a picture of Adolf Hitler. And I get all of the university emails. So the emails that go out to, the people who pay for stuff. I get all those. And they have had to, because they recently had their president leave over it. So they have an interim president now. And this woman has really had her work cut out for her in a relatively short period of time. She's had to send out these emails. We deeply apologize about our football coach. And now they deeply apologize because Adolf Hitler was on the scoreboard because they were just running a trivia contest.
Yeah, but maybe don't include the one about Hitler right now.
Well, but this is the trouble with plug and play, too, is when you don't, what was funny to me was, if everybody who's seen that photo that's made the rounds is, there's a digital ad banner underneath the Jumbotron that says, "We never drop the ball."
Yeah.
Which very clearly is obviously what they did. But again, MSU had nothing to do with it, right? They had a third-party quiz company that nobody vetted. They just go, this is a company we're using, I guess. And so they ran with it. Obviously, they're not going to use that party anymore. But the company was like, yeah, we had this company that does quizzes. And so the previous question was, in Star Trek, what color was Spock's blood? Right? You go, oh, okay, silly. Yeah, green. Michigan State, right? And then the one right after that was, like, what country was Adolf Hitler from? And, of course, he's Austrian.
Yeah.
And
like, we always trip people up with that Hitler question. That's actually one of our best questions.
Well, I guess the person who puts it together, though, it's from YouTube, and he's like, they didn't ask for my permission to use this. So it's like they just whoever they used or just pulled it off YouTube. So whoever's in charge of that kind of stuff has been suspended. But the guy who does this on YouTube is like, they didn't ask me to use it. He's like, it's an absolutely normal trivia question. It was just in a completely inappropriate setting. Just really bad timing for a Hitler trivia question. And so Michigan State is apologizing for that. According to the emails I got from the president, deeply apologizing.
So deep.
Ooh. Deep. So deep. Let me give you money here. It's $1,000. It is courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. Once an hour, you get a crack at $1,000. So good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's Bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
You better be careful because 3 Reichs and you're out.
Bill Squire at the Agora on December 22nd, filming
2 months
a new
away.
comedy hour.
2 months to get your tickets.
A friend of mine does television, local television in Orlando, and she sent me a clip of a story they had been doing about a guy who was just found guilty. The trial has been going on for a minute, but they just found him guilty. He murdered his wife because she wouldn't go on HGTV with him.
Oh.
He had spent thousands of dollars on renovations in order to try to get on a show called Zombie House Renovations. This woman had a son with her ex-husband, and her poor son and ex-husband were at the trial.
My friend is friends with a guy that does that show. That's hilarious. I mean, not hilarious at the murder, but like, small world.
How come he didn't tell you about this?
I don't know him. I just know her. But I know that she almost worked on the show.
Wait, she almost worked on it or works on it?
She didn't end up working on it because she didn't want to move to Florida. and it it's one of those HGTV things where, yeah, you're working on cable, but you're getting paid nothing.
Right.
So it wasn't worth.
So she didn't work on it.
She didn't.
She just knows the guy.
She was offered a job, and she said, nah.
David Tronis killed his wife in the couple's home in Orlando. He had spent a lot of money on this house. And his wife didn't want to do the show. And he's like, well, I spent all this money. He's like, I didn't tell you to do this. He slept in the garage during the renovation of the home while she slept in a one-bedroom studio outside the house. And he killed her in that bedroom and then tried to clean up the crime scene. He was given...
Tried to renovate the crime scene.
Yeah.
Talk about a backsplash. Am I right?
Yeah, flip this murder scene. And the jury found him guilty and gave him life in prison. He claimed that he found his wife in the bathtub after spending the whole day cleaning and walking the dogs. Of course, that story fell apart very, very quickly because she was covered in bruises and facial injuries and things like that. I assume this was not part of this story, was probably not mentioned or was not part of the little tour you guys took.
No, we went to...
This has Brian written all over it.
This is something Brian would do.
You're
live, laugh, die.
Yeah, right. Die, laugh, love. I don't know. So there's Brian's the HGTV guy in our house, and his favorite show is called Hometown, which is where Ben and Aaron Napier flip houses in their rural hometown of Laurel, Mississippi. So when we decided we were going to New Orleans, I looked it up, and Laurel was only like 2 hours from New Orleans. So I surprised Brian, and I was like, hey, on Wednesday we're taking a road trip. We're going to go to one of your favorite places. And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about, blah, blah. And this is the day after the metal show. So 12 hours prior to the screaming death metal circle of death stuff, he's walking around HGTV Laurel, Mississippi, taking pictures with landscape and all this other stuff. But it was so crazy because you can tell that this was a very poor, very dingy small town in the South. Like it's a rural Mississippi town.
Yeah.
But there's like 3 or 4 streets that you go up and down right off of their downtown square that are all renovations. Beautiful, millions of dollars homes, like giant houses. Some are tiny, but everything's brand new. Like you can see where you can very clearly tell the houses that have been renovated. And then you get like 2 streets off of that, and it is like some of the worst neighborhoods you've ever been in.
Well, yeah, because these renovation people are like, oh, there's super cheap property there.
Yeah.
Let's buy it and flip it. You're not going to do that in the middle of like downtown New Orleans or Hattiesburg. You're going to do it in Laurel, Mississippi.
No, the whole point is that this is like this couple grew up in this small town.
Right.
And they want to help their community by flipping the houses of people who have lived in this hometown forever. Right? So they're like, oh, this is, the so-and-so couple. They've been living here for 30 years. We're going to flip this head. We're going to renovate their house for them to make our hometown more beautiful. So it's all about building up your hometown. It's all about making...
But can the people that their houses that they're flipping afford to live there anymore after they do that?
Well, it's not like they're changing anything. I mean, they're changing the stuff there, but I don't know how that would price them out of a home they already own.
Well, whose houses are they flipping then?
The people apply to, so the people who live in Laurel, Mississippi apply to be on this show, right?
Okay.
And they say, I live in this town. I've lived here for 30 years. I want you to flip my house.
It's like the who are the Joanna and Chip Gaines?
Pretty much.
They're in Waco, Texas, which is a tiny town too.
But this one is just in Laurel, Mississippi.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is we went
property values go up, taxes go up. It can be,
But what I'm saying is that like the things that they're showing on this show are nowhere near what this town actually looks like. Like, there's the cute little downtown area. Sure, that's gorgeous. A little coffee spot. There's the places they always talk about. But then you go 2 blocks off downtown, and it is shanties. I mean, boarded up shacks, dirty little kids playing outside with no clothes on. Like, the South. And then, like, that's like 2 streets that they don't touch. And then literally 1 block over from that is a $5 million renovated house. And so I took Brian down there to be like, oh, my God, we're going to go do Laurel, Mississippi. And we were driving back, and he was quiet, and he goes, that really bummed me out.
Yeah. It's hard to enjoy.
Yeah. He was like that, like... He's like, that made me really, really sad. That, like, this is not what they show on this show at all. And it was a bummer because it's like they show, like, oh, our cute little hometown.
Yeah, they're not going to show you the abject poverty they're surrounded by.
But their whole thing is we're sitting out here trying to help make our, and I guess maybe the people who have the little shanties can't afford the renovations, sure, but, like, at the same time.
Not on a shanty income.
At the same time, you're not, how much are you really giving back to the community?
Wait, what was the name of the city?
Yeah, I mean, it's for TV.
Laurel, Mississippi.
Laurel, L-A-U-R-E-L.
It's outside Hattiesburg, yeah.
Well, and here's the thing, too, is that you can tell that this couple owns this town. Like, everywhere you go. So they have, like, 4 or 5 shops that are, like, HGTV sanctioned. So there's, like, the guy, Ben, he does all the woodworking. His place is called The Scotsman, right? They have, like, he's an animal at a zoo. They have a wood, like a glass panel, and then his workshop is on the other side. And people are just standing inside this workshop watching him cut wood and stuff like that all day long. I'm like, and it says, like, because they'll film in there, and there's, like, a big sign that says, like, please quiet while filming, or it'll be, like, a now filming sign that's on, and people just stand there and watch this guy cut wood all day long. And then there's like 3 or 4 other shops. They have like a candle and scent shop. They have like a mercantile where they sell $85 pillows. And
do they sell Merkins there?
They sell Merkins, yeah. Merkins made of tile, actually.
Those are
ouch.
But it was just
Subway crotch.
It was just really eye-opening that it's like, okay, this couple clearly employs half the city.
Right.
But then
there's only 17,000 people in the whole town.
There's such extreme levels from poverty, like poverty to beautiful, brand newly renovated $5 million mansions. Like it was really crazy. And Brian was just like, dude, this might be the saddest thing I've ever seen.
Well, it's funny, it kind of along those lines, or it's reminding me, I did the Saturday morning, I did the Alzheimer's walk at the Cleveland Zoo.
Yeah.
And
how is Al?
Al is, it's hard to tell. You know, it really takes its toll.
Day by day.
But they had a lot of preamble, and they had people come up this stage before the walk started and kind of talk about whatever, right? And one of the people that they invited up there, they had like the heads of the organization, and thank you all for coming out, blah, blah, blah. There's tons of people, thousands of people. And one of the guys up there was a local city councilman or something. And before they brought him up, they said that his jurisdiction was part of downtown, Bracknell, and East Collinwood. I'm like, wow, that guy represents a broad swath of Clevelanders, right? This guy's really getting... So it's kind of that same thing where it's like you have $1 million houses, and then across the street, people that don't have 2 nickels to rub together.
I mean, I walk past those houses when I walk my dog on Edgewater that are mansions on the cliff. And then if you go on the other side of Clifton, it's, you know, rundown houses over there too.
Well,
so they're not flipping the houses; they're remodeling them for the people who live there.
Yes.
So it's like this old house, is what Anna says. Yeah.
They're not like buying it and purchasing it out from somebody or anything like that. It's people who live in these houses that are like, hey, come do my house.
Right.
And it's just so funny because they always show the same little downtown square, which is so tiny. Couple restaurants, couple little shops. Obviously, all of the Napiers, that's their last name, all of their shops are on there, and her cousin owns a furniture store and stuff like that. But it's like out of that cute little downtown, there are like strip malls with blood donation centers and donate plasma and people hanging out outside and rundown Burger Kings. And it's like you drive through that before you get to the picturesque HGTV downtown.
That's America, baby.
Well, and when we were driving through,
that's Cleveland. I mean, you get a couple blocks away from downtown, and you know.
When we were driving through all that, you know, and Brian was like, "This can't be the right place. Like,
we only got one chandelier.
Like, this is not Laurel." And then we get into it, and yeah, it was a bummer, man, because these people are supposed to be like, oh, I love my hometown so much, I want to rebuild it.
They're working on it.
They are, but at the same time, it's like, are you though?
I mean, they can't do everything. How much can they do?
A plan with the best of intentions just ended up
He wasn't
bumming the both of you out.
Well, yeah, it was cool to see some of the things that he saw on the show. So like we'll walk into one of the shops and he'll be like, "Oh my God, I've seen Ben doing his woodworking here. This is so cool." And we actually saw the guy Ben. He was in the shop.
You guys were like Drunk Sue at your show. You're just like,
we didn't say anything.
Make us some wood.
No, we were like looking at it, and it was cool to see. So it was kind of not nostalgic, isn't the right word.
Noises!
What's the word for that? Where it's like it was really cool experience for him because he watches the show every single week.
Surreal.
Yeah, where he's like, "Oh my God, I've seen this building. I've seen an interior shot of this diner or whatever it is." But then once you actually start driving around, you're like, "Oh, they do some camera magic in this place," you know.
Well, whatever they're doing has to be way better for that town than not.
Yeah, that's true,
Because it would
too.
all be, you know what I mean?
Well,
like
everything would be run down,
Habitat for Humanity goes in and builds these places, but I mean, it's not something that's done overnight.
And that's the other thing we were saying is that it's probably 50-50. It's probably half the town loves it and is like, "Thank you for bringing in tourism." There were big, like pink stretch limousine tours that would take you around the town and show you the houses that they renovated. So like,
we're going into a windows up neighborhood.
but so it's just funny.
Over here's the shanties we don't show on the show.
But for real though, like this couple has created tourism in this small town. But then I'm like, but then there's probably these super poor people who are like, "Get the hell out of my town." You know, I don't know. It was a very interesting experience that I asked Brian,
Yeah,
I was
now
like,
that their house is on the pink limo route.
Yeah.
I was like, "Would you have rather not come?" And he's like, "I don't know." Like, I kind of loved the magic
I'm really
of the
ambivalent
show.
about this. I don't know how to feel about it.
Right.
One of my favorite things trending on like TikTok and Instagram is when they do the Instagram versus reality, like show like the influencer that photoshopped a picture so it looks like they're the only ones at the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah.
And then they show what it really is like there, where it's just people everywhere and garbage and gross and I like knowing the dichotomy of that.
Oh yeah. It was eye opening. I feel bad. I was like, "Man, I didn't mean to ruin your favorite show for you. I thought this was gonna be a cute little, day trip or whatever."
I thought TV was real, honey. I thought the picture box was 100% true.
Damn it, Ben and Aaron.
I forgot they were still shooting television.
You done lied to me again.
Yeah. You go cut your own wood.
Hometown my ass.
I'm getting out of here. I'm taking a pink limo, first one out of town. I'm going to Hattiesburg.
Mary's gonna take them to Disney and find out that the Magic Kingdom's not actually magic.
Right. There's a human in that suit.
That's why she likes it. It's not real magic. All right, I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, you can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Peter, you say you would rather fight a 300-pound panda bear than a 30-pound koala bear. That doesn't make sense. Why?
They let out this growl like I've never heard before. And they got teeth and they have claws. I'm telling you, don't mess with those. Can you take any of these on, Rover?
No.
That's the thing. What's the smallest animal you could take? Can you beat a turtle in a fight?
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Alan. We all know that our time is important, and Cars for Kids respects that time. Cars for Kids offers quick, hassle-free pickup of your vehicle. You just fill out an easy online form. Cars for Kids will send someone to tow away your unused car. Cars for Kids is hands down the fastest, simplest, and easiest way to get rid of your old car. So it's a great way to do a good deed without wasting any time. Just go to carsforkids.org today or call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. You've heard the jingle. To donate that old car. That's Cars with a K.
While other apps are raising the price to stream music, podcasts, and more of what you love, your iHeartRadio app is still 100% free. So put your credit card away and download the free iHeartRadio app for access to all the music, radio, and podcasts you love. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need. Get what you need at Kia of Bedford. Right now, lease a new 2023 Kia Forte LXS for just $149 a month for 24 months. That's $149 a month for a 2-year lease. KOB wants to get you financed. Go to KiaBedford.com to get pre-approved in seconds with no impact on your credit score. Go now to the Bedford Auto Mile or KiaBedford.com. Get what you need at KOB. Lease will be enough for well-qualified leases with good credit. 10K miles per year. $34.95 due plus taxes and fees. New security deposit required. Call France 1031.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen. Like me. I'm Sam.
Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Inc. Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
With Wrangler Riggs Workwear, you'll be ready for any job, any project, anything the day throws at you. Suit up in our industrial work shirts, heavy-duty work pants, and jeans that are made to handle the toughest conditions. Built with triple needle stitching and off-the-shelf comfort, all backed by our limited lifetime warranty. Be ready for anything in gear that works as hard as you do. Wrangler Riggs Workwear. The full terms of the limited lifetime warranty are available at Wrangler.com.
Hey guys, Stansbury here for BetMGM. You can enjoy all your favorite sports like
November 7th. Bring your loved one's list of medications to your Drug Mart pharmacy for a Medicare plan review, so you and your loved one can select a plan that saves money and best fits their needs. Discount Drug Mart saves you the runaround.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
You all right?
Sorry, yeah. I've been dying today. My back is messed up. And it
I know, right?
is. So I just... And,
Are you
I don't think
okay?
you had me potted up yet, but no, I'm not.
Hot mics, Bill.
I'm getting through it.
You got to know, all mics are always on inside of a radio station.
Mm-hmm. But yeah.
How'd you hurt your back?
I don't know, just being old and fat. Trying to be less fat.
Did you have a pool table party this weekend?
No, nothing like that. I did quite a bit of driving, and then I think I just slept weird. I don't know. Just one of those things where I just woke up. Like yesterday, we did quite a lot of walking on Saturday, and then a lot of driving on Saturday, and then more driving Saturday and more walking.
a lot of walking and driving on Saturday?
Yeah.
Walking around the neighborhood?
No, I went to the Cleveland Museum of Art on a date.
That was a daytime thing?
Yes.
So Cleveland Museum of Art in the daytime, and you're walking around?
Yeah.
And that, like, you got gassed out from that or what?
No, not even that, but
okay.
I don't know.
You wore the wrong shoes.
I don't even think so, because what did I wear? I wore good shoes.
Okay.
All my shoes are athletic. It's not like I was wearing...
You weren't wearing penny loafers?
No,
it is the Cleveland
High
Museum of
heels?
Art.
What shoes was I wearing?
Dude, I'm telling you,
I don't remember.
not to
Pair of
completely
Jordans.
deviate from your story, just real quick. Because I've been wearing sneakers more and only in the last year, I am telling you, I don't think sneakers are good for your feet.
Oh, good for you.
My feet, lower back, ankles, knees, like my joints have never hurt more. And I
Because
think it's
sneakers
from my sneakers.
Sneakers have become so soft that you don't get any real support anymore.
No, I don't think
it's
that.
like you're bouncing around on clouds.
No, not the sneakers not Jordans. You're thinking of like tennis shoes, like
I'm talking
running
about
shoes.
I'm talking about like Adidas Boost shoes
No, like
where they
we're
have
talking
like
about
like
dunks and Jordans.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They're flat.
They're not
there's
great for
not,
walking around.
No, there's
Yeah.
not a lot of
They're
support.
fashion sneakers.
I wore them one day walking around in New Orleans the first day we walked around, and my back hurt so bad. My lower back hurt so bad the next day where I was like, okay, these are show shoes.
That's not from Brian?
I need a sneaker. Yeah. I need a sneaker that's like got kind of a rigid sole. Like I wear a lot of Gola tennis shoes.
Mhm.
They're just comfortable. I love the way they look. But they're kind of more rigid.
Yeah.
I don't need like a gooey, bouncy shoe.
But
like I need something where I can walk around in it, got some support, because I don't think I have any arches.
But then I think it was for me. I think it was the walking and the driving, and then also just being could have just been tense during my sleep. I don't know. It was, but my back hit. Like I woke up today, and I was like, I've been standing most of the show because getting up from sitting is pure agony. So I've been trying to stand as much as I can and keep it loose and try and move around as much as I can. But it's been very painful.
Wow.
So I'm
Sorry to hear
fighting
that.
through it.
Yeah.
Got to do what you got to do.
Hmm.
But it's fun days. I love the art museum. And I went to...
there was a date?
Yeah.
Okay. And how'd that go?
No one died.
That's the review of the date? No one died?
That was a great date.
No one died.
It was a great date. It
Yeah,
was a
okay.
good time.
No, I mean, fundamentally, it's great if no one dies.
Mhm.
But
that's why I said that.
Yeah. All right. Now, was this you?
This was a first date.
This was you showing her, I assume? This
Yeah.
was you showing her that you're like a cultured patron of the arts? That's how we know you. You were introducing that side of yourself to her.
It's just a great first date going to the art museum because you can walk around, you can look at art, you can, tell.
Do you
stories
comment
about
on the art?
I mean, not in like a smart way.
You just go, I like this, I don't like this.
I go, this one I could do. This one's good.
This one I could do.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that, water lilies? That sucks. Come on. I guess they're suing New York, right? They were going to take all those statues back from Iraq or something. And we were talking about that a couple of weeks ago, that all of those statues that they determined had been stolen years ago and needed to be returned to their rightful place or something. All these museums that get caught up in this kind of stuff, they end up suing because they're like, look, this is a big part of our museum. And I think it was the Cleveland Museum of Art that has to contend with that. And so what do you do after the art museum?
That was it.
That was it?
Well, that was it for the date. So we went to the art museum, and then I had my show in Wadsworth. So I had to.
She didn't go to that?
No.
Okay.
No, dating and I don't bring people to shows until they're like my girlfriend or something.
She didn't ask to come see the show.
She had other plans too.
Gotcha.
We planned for a date to just get to know each other. So.
And
it was good. And then I went to
and no one
Wadsworth,
died.
and no one died.
How long is a date?
We hung out.
Couple hours.
Yeah, we met up at 1, and then we went till about 4.
If you hadn't had the show, would it have become a night date?
Probably.
Yeah.
And more.
Now, you're certain of that? It would have become and more?
I think so.
Because by that time, she's been marinating in your cultured take on these paintings. She's
sure.
If this guy can replicate
me. She goes, oh.
Well, this guy can replicate that. No, but I mean, I figure there's a reason any two people go to the museum, right? You could have taken her anywhere.
She was getting way too close, pointing at things, and I was like, you got to stop.
Like, don't touch.
I'm like, you're like, because she paints a little bit.
Aren't they encased in lucite and things like that?
No, they're
really
right out there. You can get very close to them.
That's
and
how I got close.
I'm like, you're getting way too close to this,
Alarms
and it's making
go
me
off and stuff.
very nervous. And
I didn't even touch
maybe
anything.
she
was sniff.
Is there any chance that you were a cover and she was casing the joint, like the Thomas Crown affair?
That'd be cool. That'd be very cool. I mean, it was my idea, so that's very clever of her to get me to ask her.
Your idea.
Right, she inceptioned me into taking her to the art museum so she could do a heist.
Well, but also, if that heist goes through, you're not going to be able to guarantee that no one dies. On the date, you said no one died.
Yeah.
If it becomes a full-blown heist,
right,
you probably can't make that guarantee. All right, so it was good.
My heist.
But he had fun and nothing went wrong. Okay.
Nothing went wrong. Very good time.
When we were in New Orleans, we went to a sculpture garden, which is it's an outdoor, this is exactly what it sounds like. It's a big, giant-ass garden full of sculptures in what's called City Park in New Orleans. And we get to this one sculpture, and I only even telling you his story because I think you're going to appreciate it, where it was this guy who was half melted, but he had his arms out in front of him, and then half his body was melted, and he was making this pose and had this kind of crappy face, like a smirky, like an annoyed face would be the way I describe it. I looked at it, I was like, look at this guy. And Brian's like, that's you when you make fun of somebody. I was like, excuse me? He's like, you put your arms out in front of you and you make this voice. He's like, I think you use this voice to make fun of Bill. He goes, go stand next to the sculpture. And I did. And I was like, oh, my name's Art and I'm trying to be fancy. And he was like, that's exactly it. He goes, I've seen you do that in people's faces. That is exactly how you make fun of people. And I was like, dang it.
Your arms go out?
Oh, yeah. I do
okay.
oh, my name's Ellen.
Oh, I see.
I don't know why.
Like a scarecrow or something? I mean, I've only heard you do it. I don't think I've seen you do it.
I do it the same way I do it on stage, and I didn't realize that I did that body motion until Brian pointed it out. He goes, you've made fun of me like that. He goes, I've heard you on the show making fun of Bill like that. I was like, oh, dang. So, Bill, you made your way into our art adventure, too.
I know you guys can't stop talking about me.
That's all we talk about.
By the way, in your absence, people call to make fun of me.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
You get the heat when I'm gone.
Hey, y'all. It's Brooke, your former Kosovo bureau chief. With Mary being out last week, I feel like I need to throw in her nerd voice a little bit for a couple of things that happened last week. Number one, Poundcake wanting to be on disability, and Alan is like, oh, well, I guess I'm just that guy that likes to work. Really, dude, you can't even just pretend. And then the other one.
Wait, pretend what?
That you would want to be paid to sit at home.
I'm the jagoff because I don't want to get on disability?
It's the idea behind disability. Like,
why isn't Poundcake the psycho? Why does Brooke think I'm the nerd because I am ambitious?
It's a dorky thing to say.
because I want to work.
Oh, my name's Alan. I just want to work every day. Don't pay me to sit at home.
Right. And how does that make me a nerd?
Because I would love to be paid to sit at home.
You earn an honest living?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so 1997.
I was around in 1997.
And then the other one was talking about Reese's, and he's like, "Oh, but they're just so thick. If you get a hunk of, I think it's just too much. I like the thin ones." Love me, love you, hate the show.
All right, listen, you fat asses can do whatever you want. I'm just saying, there's too much there. There's too much. But see what happens when you're not here. Everybody comes at me.
Well, it's because their voice needs.
Brooke.
You need to be called out on your BS. And if I'm not here to call you out.
On my BS?
Alan, a Reese's cup.
That I like to work?
A Reese's cup is too thick?
Well, when Gab Cruz is here, I think we were talking about.
I like the thin ones, though. I know what he was talking
The thin ones are good, but to say that that's 1 inch of peanut butter is
I'm
too much.
just saying, it's too thick. That's all I'm saying. First of all,
I back up, Brooke. Those are the perfect
But this comes as no shock to anybody who knows me, all right? Present company included. So I don't take it personally, but I thought it was funny that it's funny to me what people zero in on, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, they're too thick. Yeah, they are. For me, right?
My name's Ellen.
The
I'm
rest
Gen X, and I have work ethic.
Gen X. The rest of you can strap a goddamn feed bag of Reese's cups around your neck and just suck them out like oats. What do I care? But, hey, Rick is in Nashville, Tennessee. Hello, Rick.
Hey, Alan, how you doing?
What up?
Hate the show.
Thank you.
Hey, Bill.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, listen, I have several deteriorating discs. And I've been trying shoes like crazy, and this goes for Mary, too. I've used Air Monarchs all my life, ever since they came out. And they're great shoes. They're kind of heavy, but for you, Bill, they'd be perfect for you to get walking.
I mean, I have good walking shoes. I just was...
He was not wearing them.
And again, I think this is more from the driving than anything else.
Just sitting.
Yeah,
what were you saying? Was it like a long drive?
It's
like
an hour to Wadsworth and back.
An hour, okay.
Yeah, I could see that. And you might want to get checked for deteriorating discs if your lower back's starting to hurt at your young age. I'm 64.
Rick, is that something that the sneakers can kind of mitigate, or?
Yeah. I mean, they have a lot of different Air Monarchs. I was a football referee for 25 years.
Okay.
Didn't wear anything but black Air Monarchs.
Yeah.
They were perfect for my back. They were enough cushion. But I'm starting to get older. So along those lines, for Mary, she ought to check a company called On, O-N.
Okay.
And check out the Cloud line.
Okay.
They're a lot like Skechers, but a little bit more expensive. And the Skechers air soles, oh my God, they're great for the back.
Okay.
My wife said she'll divorce me if I start wearing Skechers.
You have to.
I remember back in the day. I remember back in the day, Nike couldn't keep those Air Monarchs in stock. They were like flying off the shelves.
I mean, they're good shoes. I think again, this is just
Thank you, Rick.
Muscle seized up. I might have.
Thanks.
I mean, I've had back issues before like this, and I'll work with my trainer tomorrow and get it all stretched out. And I've been stretching and stuff, and it'll be okay. I don't think it's I think it's
not like
muscular.
An injury.
I don't think it's
musculature.
Discs. Yeah.
Refs know what's up, boy. They're out there in good shoes.
10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Result of the play will be a first down. Replay first down.
First down.
15 yards from the end of the run. First down. Personal foul. Defense, number 58. 15 yards from the end of the run. Result, first down. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
Hey, your Bears won yesterday.
Upper St. Clair versus Mount Lebanon. So we park here last night at work and walk over to the Romo Fijo for Kiss.
Mm-hmm.
And a guy is coming around the corner in his car up the ramp. My son and I have just gotten out of the car, and the guy stops and he goes, "Yeah, I don't know if you want to have that around here." And I go, "What?" And he's pointing to my Chicago Bears license plate frame. And I go, "Okay." Of all the things, he goes, "Didn't they win today?" I go, "Yeah." "Okay." And he just like keeps driving. I'm like, that's what you zeroed in on is my Chicago Bears license plate?
Real hard.
Yeah.
Seriously, like I didn't even know that was a thing anymore where somebody would go, "What's up with the thing?" It wasn't like it's a Steelers license plate or something. It's so weird. I was like, that's my son goes, "Does that happen a lot around here?" I go, "No, it does not." And not in an empty parking garage, by the way. Yeah, I just can't. I know everybody's talking about Jim Harbaugh, you know, hoping to become the Bears coach or whatever, but it's like, I don't know what the hell he's going to do. He can't even keep his own situation squared away. But these friggin' Bears, I just can't get my arms. I don't know what the hell they're doing.
Hey,
30 points.
Good day yesterday.
Well, yeah, but now they're 2-5.
Yeah, well, then welcome to the club, buddy.
Hey, Jake.
Chargers.
Hello.
What up?
Hey, this is Jake. Drunk Sue came to my show out in Minerva at the Roxy, and I heard that she gave us a little shout-out earlier.
Hey.
And I just want to return the favor.
You're the Pink Floyd guy?
Yeah. I'm the Pink Floyd guy. I'm a drummer in a Pink Floyd tribute band called Floyd Live.
You're the Nick Mason of that outfit?
I am the Nick Mason. You got it.
Yeah. Oh, well, she did. Yeah, she
so
drove from Canton to see you guys.
She sure did.
Where's your next gig so she can come see you?
Lovely Roxy. Next gig, I'm uncertain. We're still writing the books right now for next year. That was our grand finale of the year, and so we're just preparing for 2024 right now.
How many gigs a year do you guys do?
Just this past year, we only did about 8, but
okay.
You know, they're all great. Yeah.
All right, good.
Yeah,
right.
we've.
Okay, thank you, Jim. I got to move on.
Yeah,
doing a commercial for his Pink Floyd tribute band. Wait, what's this?
So we're over here talking about armpits, and I just want to say I'm almost 30. I can't really grow that much armpit hair. I think it's got something to do with my fair skin and blonde hair. It's just got something to do with it. But I've definitely hooked up with girls who have more armpit hair than me. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Hate the show.
Right, okay. Is that the uncompetable guy again?
Uncompetable.
Uncompetable.
All right, well, congratulations, man. You getting those girls with that dark, swarthy armpit hair. Good for you. I got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, send me